evening. It's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is Friday night. And you know what that means. It's time for SciFridays. As always, I'm your host, the Captain, bringing you the best in sci-fi from years gone by. And, as always, SciFridays is brought to you by Are You Game, the best comic book, collectible, video game, toy, role-playing, and more store located at 124 North Sunset Drive, Pickle, Ohio 45356. You can find me, the Captain, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and now Blue Sky. Started for nobody. Just started it like an hour ago. And then you can always find Are You Game on Facebook. So you can reach out if you want stuff, you see things that you got to have, you just let me know. And if they're currently available, I'll see what I can do and hook you up. So, this is a bittersweet night here. Last week we had the last episode of The Kindred, the Embraced. And this week we bring you the last episode of The Wizard. I brought back some stuff I haven't aired in a while. But we're replacing some old ones with some, maybe some older ones and some new stuff. We're really playing in there. So, just dipping our toes into different stuff. And, except for this one, all this stuff has been aired, but maybe tomorrow we're dipping into new territory. So, I want to bring to you the last episode of The Wizard. This is The Wizard. This is episode 19, and this is Henry VIII. Enjoy.
Come on, get him out of there!
Dying, Alex!
Have I been a good son? I calculate a 2% error.
It's not good enough, Henry. I'll have to forget it and try again.
Quote, it is only when we forget all our learning that we begin to know.
That's Thoreau, Henry.
His journal of 1859. Excellent moniker.
Thank you.
Okay, Henry, pressure's down. You can come out now.
The laser pulse displayed an accuracy of 12 microjoules, Doctor.
That's perfectly adequate if you're building a sandcastle.
Space habitats are not sandcastles. Such an error could cost many human lives. Unacceptable.
A miracle. For once we agree on something. Professor, can't you see I'm occupied? Oh, Dillard, your timing is, as usual, impeccably poor. Would you mind... Does the word privacy mean anything to you?
Privacy. Noun. The state of being private. The figures in column 4 are incorrect. I calculate 0.954.
I read these figures myself. You saying the mainframe is down again?
I postulate another instance of human error.
As if you knew what that meant.
Human. Adjective. all pertaining to or characteristic of mankind. Error, noun, a deviation from accuracy or correctness, a mistake.
That's enough of that. Dillard, Monica, fetch a calibrated target.
The witching hour approaches and the good doctor is still going strong. How's the map project coming along?
Post is still going over the panchromatic and multispectral modes. Wants to scan a bunch of dumb maps. Rather be working stress tests with you.
I'm sorry to hear about your transfer, Quinn.
Yeah, so am I. It's late, Monica. I have to go.
No, please, no!
Dr. Gadberry? Doctor? Somebody help me, please!
Oh, Miss Stewart, lock yourself out again, huh?
Doctor, please.
Oh, I still remember the last
Dr.
time.
Post, Dr. Gadberry's in
there
trouble.
we go.
Please help me.
Well, I'm darned. Oh, Davis, take a look at this. I got a problem with the lock.
Please hurry.
Main control, this is Davis. We need emergency override and stress lab. Repeat, emergency.
Stand by for override.
Monica, Dr. Post, please come. Dr. Gadbury appears to be injured.
Oh my God.
I want a deactivation team here now. Not an accident. Henry just killed Dr. Gadberry.
Henry? Kill? No, Henry cannot kill. Monica? Tell them. Henry can... Blood.
All right, just a minute. Coming. I'm coming. Ow! Let go of me. Will you let go? Coming. Of all the weeks for Tilly to visit her sister.
I think I can. I guess
you can.
I've finished the modifications on the CD. You will be able to record. I just got to show you just a couple.
Simon! Simon, we have a visitor.
What?
A visitor.
Are you Simon McKay?
I'm Simon McKay. Pleased to meet you.
I'm Monica Stewart.
Oh, Dr. Cadbury's assistant. I've heard a lot of good things about you.
Oh, thank you. I'm very flattered. Are things always like this?
Well, today's mess, tomorrow's breakthrough. That's better. Now, how's things at Cybertech? How's the good doctor? Something's wrong?
Dr. Gadberry was killed last night.
What? Come here. Let's sit down. Tell me all about it. What happened?
There was an accident. A terrible accident. With Henry VIII.
Henry VIII.
Yeah, that's hazardous environmental robotic intelligence. It's the 8th prototype. I designed that for Martin 6 years ago.
When I left the lab, Dr. Gadberry had deactivated Henry. When I came back, Dr. Gadberry was lying. His head... Henry was reactivated when I came back. Dr. Gadberry's skull had been crushed. They said Henry did it out of anger.
Anger? Robots can't have emotions.
You've never met Henry, Alex.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you saying that a robot deliberately murdered someone?
It's not possible.
You and I know that, Simon. But at noon, they're going to cut him into pieces, destroy him like a mad dog. Simon, you're his only hope.
Noon? That's 3 hours. We've got no time to waste.
We're also
Dr. McKay!
Don't touch yourself.
always a pleasure. Of course, I regret the circumstances.
Yeah, so do I. You've come a long way since Harvard Geology Department.
I'm still pinching pennies, I'm afraid. But this is Dr. Post. He discovered Dr. Gadbury's body.
Pleased to meet you. Dr. Post, you wrote the paper on computer-assisted satellite surveys. 1968, wasn't it?
Yes. In 1968, computers worked for us, not with us. I knew that Henry was a mistake, but I never realized that it would actually murder someone.
I think murder is a strong word.
Gadbury's skull was crushed like an eggshell. What are we calling that? Death by natural causes?
I should have known the CIC would send you out here, Copeland.
Oh, Jagger. Well, some of us are still on the first team. How are things in Toyland?
Look, let me just tell...
Alex, it's all right. Dr. Hutchison, do you really think it's wise to have Henry destroyed?
Dr. McKay, you designed Henry to withstand extreme heat or cold or the pressure of Jupiter's atmosphere. You, more than anyone else, should understand how dangerous he can be.
I also programmed him with Asimov's laws of robotics. He cannot harm anybody.
You programmed an imitation of human emotions, Dr. McKay. Pandora's box was easy to open, but tragically hard to close.
What possible motive could Henry have had for murder?
Jealousy.
Jealousy?
You know, Henry was always arguing with Dr. Gadbury. I think that machine thought that we humans were beneath him.
You know Martin loved an argument. He could never find anyone to argue with. That's why he treasured Henry so much.
The decision has been made, Dr. McKay.
Couldn't I at least see him?
I want to conclude this business as quickly as possible. The reputation of this facility is at stake. However, I think we can postpone the inevitable for a few minutes.
I appreciate that more than I can say. Can I see him alone?
Sure, you got 5 minutes.
Henry?
Simon, it has been 3 years, 2 months, 4 days.
I know, it's been a long time. I'm sorry.
You should not have come.
Why not?
I am said to have killed Dr. Gadbury. I do not wish to place you at risk.
Did you kill him?
My arm was bloodied. Dr. Gadbury is dead.
So what happened?
I do not know. 6 hours of memory are missing. I calculate a 78% chance that I am responsible for his death. Logically, I should be destroyed.
Just listen to you, Henry. Is that what a murderer would say?
Most murderers say, quote, I want my lawyer. Would you suggest this?
Henry, do you remember the very first thing I ever taught you?
First law. A robot must not harm a human being, nor, through an action, allow a human being to come to harm.
That's right. Now, I know somebody else killed Martin. They may kill again. The only clue to who it was is in your missing memory.
I can do nothing. Security has disconnected main power pack.
I can give you access to your emergency reserves. Listen. Priority override. Vocal scan, super user Simon McKay. Access ZZ Alpha 0. Mongolia.
What do you think?
I'm not sure. The memory's just gone.
Henry erased its memory to conceal guilt. What other conclusion is there?
Well, you could be right, but I wouldn't like to be the one that has to make the decision.
What was that? Get out of the way. That's locked. Keys. Somebody with the keys.
Jameson! The keys. Jameson!
Keys.
Jameson, where have you been?
Which one? Yeah, I knew it. McKay, you're lucky to be alive.
I guess so.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll find him.
I hope so. Let's get out of here. Come on, run, run, go!
Simon, what happened?
I don't know, Henry just escaped. Let's get out of here.
Wait a minute, what are want to.
What do you mean it's not?
Simon! What do I feel like having? No. Nope. No. Chocolate. I could go for something chocolatey, but crispy.
Kit Kat, that's what you want.
Yeah, Kit Kat, that's what I want. How did that get in there?
French toast. To go? Yeah, to go. French toast sticks. Now that's breakfast. Burger King, the best food for fast times.
We know you're concerned about the sweeping tax changes for 1987.
This year, put H&R Block on your side. Get back the biggest refund you've got coming.
I could not have done it without H&R Block.
What can we find for you?
Give me an X. Give me an O. Give me tic-tac-toe. Wherever I go, it's X's and O's. Makes me feel so hungry for my tic-tac-toes. They're so tasty. Chef Boyardee.
Tic-tac-toes. New Tic-tac-toes. A good hot meal. And when you get 3 X's or O's on your spoon, you win.
Thank goodness for Chef Boyardee.
Tic-tac-toes. With and without meatballs.
The $25,000 Pyramid is here, weekdays at 4 on KBS and Channel 12. Cheer on your favorite contestants and stars as they reach for $25,000. Don't miss the fun every weekday at 4 right here on KBS and Channel 12.
I'm Kate and Allie.
You sold my dress for $29.95?
A dress shop gives Allie the cold shoulder.
Like I always say, pay retail. Give me a candid camera.
Then, did Sam give $50 to a hunk or a huckster?
It's just a loan.
He's gonna write me a check and pay me back today.
Now, you and Mr. Rogers would make a great couple.
My Sister Sam, Monday.
Be awesome. Just say no. Don't let drugs screw up your life. It's expensive, illegal, and dumb. So when you're asked to join in, don't. Just say no. You're too young to die.
Simon, if you're doing what I think you're doing.
Crucify me later, Alex. I need to concentrate.
Yeah, and I need the truth. You're guiding that robot here, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Simon, I can't let you do this.
I've got to do it, Alex. You don't understand.
You're breaking the law.
I'm only after justice. Whatever happened to common justice?
Forget justice, Simon. Whatever happened to common sense?
For once, Simon, please, will you use your head instead of your heart? That thing is dangerous.
Look, Alex, whatever happened to innocent until proved guilty? I refuse to see Henry executed without due process.
What do you want, a jury of his peers?
Look, he might be just a mess of wires to you. He's like a child to me. Henry.
Oh, jeez. I still don't believe I let you talk me into this. Where are your priorities?
Truth is a priority, Alex. There. Quote, even the finest arms can be an instrument of evil.
Lao Tzu from Tao Te Ching. Using arm as hammer is non-optimal use of resources, Simon.
Hey.
Now, Alex, if you had a laser, why would you want to club somebody to death? It's obvious someone came into the laboratory while Henry was turned off, detached the arm, killed Martin, then replaced it. The defense rests.
Yeah, but Monica said that Henry was turned on when she came back. Why doesn't he remember what happened?
I'm not sure. Give me some time.
The CIC's looking into it, Simon. You don't need to get involved.
Alex, Dr. Martin Gabry was my friend. His Cybertech space system research helped make Skylab a reality. Martin asked me to design a machine that could function where no human being could survive. See, it had to be a thinking machine. No one can build an adult brain, but We created a child, a genius child who could teach himself. Do you want me to abandon a child?
No, of course not. But Simon, if something happens to you, if Henry hurt you, I couldn't forgive myself.
Look, my life is my own, Alex.
All right. But if Henry didn't kill Dr. Gadbury, I guess I better find out who.
Unknown fabric.
Hey!
Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen in polymerized matrix. Polyester. Cheap suit.
All right, I'll help find the real killer. But you disconnect that laser. Deal?
Deal.
With Henry. Did you hear that?
He's got to change his oil. Morning, Henry. May I ask what you're doing?
Automating servitors. Non-optimal time and motion. Have wired entire kitchen to single circuit. Examine, please. Simple auto circuit designed for Skylab enables entire kitchen to run itself.
Fantastic, Henry.
Maureen, something smells good.
Yeah, he's been very busy.
It's nice, I guess.
Uh-oh. Quote, it fell to earth. I know not where.
Longfellow, Song of Hiawatha.
That's perfect.
I'll get it.
You know you won't.
I think I can, 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 I think I can. Alex, if the men from the CIC stole them for a couple of minutes, then let them in.
Simon!
Henry, we can't let them find you here.
Good thinking.
You know, we were combing this area, and suddenly I remembered Santa's workshop is right here. The head elf around?
Let's cut the clever talk and get this over with, Copeland, okay?
My. A little touchy this morning, aren't we?
Simon,
I thought I told you not to disturb me.
I know, but...
I don't expect you to understand.
Hey. Sorry to disturb your work. I'm sure it's real important. We're still looking for the robot. You haven't seen it, have you? Oh, this is cute.
I want my mommy.
It's for you. All right. I'll talk to you later, McKay.
If you must.
Jagger, I'm heading back to Cybertech.
I'll join you.
If you must.
You can come out now, Henry. Come on, Henry. We've got to find your missing memory. Try yours. Henry, I've been through your entire memory map. I can't even find a trace. It's like coming up against a wall. I can't even make a hole in it. Henry?
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Beela, will you sign my ball?
Sure.
Was you good when you played?
Not bad.
Every player in the world. Serious?
14 of them. Hey, I like these sneakers. Stadia, huh?
Yeah, they're from Kitty.
They never had these when I was a kid.
They did it. Then how'd you get so good?
I wish I knew. See you now.
Go by fast. Your work never seems to end. That's why we stand behind every Whirlpool appliance with our 24-hour Cool Line telephone service to help with problems or questions, and our national network of authorized tech care service outlets. Whirlpool, quality appliances. We're making your world a little easier. Whirlpool.
Long John Silver's is the perfect place to learn the value of $1. Right, boys?
Mrs. Salvage.
What is this?
The seafood platter.
And these?
Fish, shrimp, clams.
Excellent. And the seafood platter's price?
$3.99.
Right. And that is?
Value. Can we eat now?
Long John Silver. Hey, we eat now. Sounds good to me.
The wizard will continue.
Saturday on CBS.
This kid came in here intact. Let's keep him intact. They're children. They don't belong here.
I want to help. John Ritter, Betty Thomas, Prison for Children. This is CBS.
Easter's almost here. It's nice to know Burlington Coat Factory has the clothes girls need, like pretty spring dresses, lots of styles, priced 1/2 less than at other fine stores. Easter's almost here, and Burlington Coat Factory has the clothes boys need, like this top-quality American-made suit he can wear year-round, and you can buy at a remarkably low Burlington price, just $34.75. Easter's almost here. The time to get to Burlington Coat Factory is now.
Winter's on the way out, and that means it's time for the Hutchinson Spring Expo, March 13th, 14th, and 15th. Visit the Channel 12 booth and meet members of the Eyewitness News team and give them a chance to get to know you. Also, there'll be florists, greenhouses, and landscapers, interior decorators, home builders and remodelers, and swimming pool contractors, all with ideas for your home and your dream home, even your RV dream home for the road. And don't forget the Channel 12 booth. We'll look forward to seeing you at the Hutchinson Spring Expo, March 13th, 14th, and 15th.
Roger Cornish leading the way.
Henry, what are you doing with that laser, Henry? Turn it off.
Was I in error?
What do you mean?
You said that you wish to make a hole in the wall. Is the hole too small? I can...
Henry, I was speaking figuratively. Please, no more holes in walls, Henry.
Figurative. I do not understand.
Henry, I taught you to understand nuance. What did they do to you at Cybertech? I mean, life isn't black and white. There's grey, there's...
Grey. Adjective. Of a color between white and black.
Quote.
Dark.
In our science and philosophy, there is commonly no true and absolute account of things.
Thoreau. From Life Without Principle.
I taught you literature for a reason. I taught you Thoreau so you could understand philosophy and ethics, and Longfellow so you could feel the rhythm of human emotions.
Emotions are non-optimal.
Henry, What did you do when they told you you'd killed Dr. Gadbury? How did you feel?
I thought...
No, not thought. How did you feel?
Take this. I cannot trust myself. I am malfunctioning. Must return to Cybertech.
Wait, Henry. How would you feel if you hurt me?
I would not wish to be. Simon, I am confused.
Good. Now we're getting somewhere.
Young man, Professor Gadbury may have died, but the rest of us must continue.
So I take it his death caused you no personal grief, Dr. Post?
In my life, I have lost many colleagues, and I'm told that if I don't slow down, I may very soon follow them. But I cannot slow down. There is too much to be done and too little time. Time which this conversation, by the way, is wasting.
If I could just bother you for one more question. You took over Dr. Gadbury's stress lab, right? Would you say that represents a promotion?
It represents exhaustion, young man. You are irritating me. I've told CIC everything I know. Holly, would you mind?
Yes, sir.
On 3, I'll take it up to 2,400 millibars in by 50s to 88.
All right, Dillard, get ready for the next test. Dillard.
All right. Right already. Post doesn't know from computers. Dr. Gadbury used to chew mainframes and spit in micros.
Excuse me, what'd you say? Post is an old man. He doesn't know from computers.
You like working here in the stress chamber?
Oh, yeah, it's a lot more fun than staring at post maps.
Tell me, why'd Gadbury kick you off this project?
Dr. Post is right. I don't have time to talk to you.
All right. We'll talk later. Count on it.
Henry, we're not getting anywhere.
I am sorry, Simon.
It's not your fault. Let's take a break, all right?
Break? Oh, power down.
No, not a power down break. A break. We're going to have fun.
Fun. Now, enjoyment, amusement, playful action.
No, I don't mean that. It's none of that. Well, it is that. Well, come over here. The best thing I can do is to show you. That was fun.
Fun.
Henry. Henry. Break's over, Henry.
No more fun?
We'll have fun later. Right now, we've got to get into Cybertech's computers, see if you might have had a motive to kill Martin. All right? It's your show.
Cybertech ciphers are based upon alphanumeric progressions of name, of day, of week. I will try them all.
Well, how long do we have before we trigger their security alarm?
20 seconds.
I can't agree with your numbers. I'm sorry.
It's the secretary that's the fault. I told you so before. Send for maintenance.
No. Just give me another minute here, please.
Dr. Post, I think this may be the problem.
No. I'd better do the thing the old-fashioned way, I suppose. Up there, will you observe this experiment and report to me? We're going to do it visually.
Excuse me, Dr. Post.
I take it there's some reason for this interruption.
I'm afraid there is. May we speak to you privately?
Dillard and Holly, go on, I'll handle this. And you people up there, take a break for 15 minutes. 15. Now then, what is this gravely urgent matter?
Well, we were hoping that you might be able to help us with a little problem.
I found some notes that Dr. Gadberry made involving departmental billing.
Yes, and?
And you billed $1,400 to the Arplex Corporation last year.
Well, we subcontract a great deal of our work. Monica should know that. And we can't do everything ourselves.
Dr. Post, the Arplex data systems went out of business a month before these accounts were closed.
Then there is a misprint on the file.
Do you think this is some sort of a game, Doctor? It's a murder investigation, and sooner or later...
Mr. Jagger. Yes. Dr. Gadberry did accuse Dr. Post of overbilling. The problem has been resolved and does not concern you.
But under the
what should
circumstances...
concern you is a killer machine loose in our city while you waste time here. Miss Stewart, you and I will speak later.
All right.
What was all that about?
Oh, I don't like the way your people are conducting this investigation. Case in point. Mr. Jagger seems totally unconcerned about that robot. I wonder why.
Copeland here. I want 2 radio cars out front in 30 seconds. We're shadowing Jagger. Be ready to work him in relays. And careful. No mistakes this time, huh? I got a hunch.
This is incorrect.
What?
This map is incorrect. It is not the map I remember from a week ago.
Well, it's a satellite aerial map taken at an altitude of 800 kilometers.
822. Thematic map of Alaska taken by French satellite.
Why would Cybertech analyze a French map?
Department of Defense requested analysis of European satellite technology.
Can you give me a copy of the map you do remember?
Certainly, Simon. It is now downloaded, displaying area of discrepancy on 2 screens.
Yeah, there is a difference, but I can't say what.
Simon?
Alex, did you find anything?
Simon, you were right. There is dirt at Cybertech. Now I believe you.
Then you're ready to see this.
Simon?
Here I am, Henry. Now you see the murderer killed Martin, wiped Henry's memory, then pushed the button again.
And had plenty of time to leave before Henry's sensors were fully active. Good work. You stay here.
Stay here.
All right, Jagger. You gonna tell us where it is? We have to rip these walls apart.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about that stupid robot.
Look, I really don't think you've got any right to come barging in on...
Simon, I have...
Henry!
Uh-oh.
Get him now!
Simon, help me!
Wait, you don't understand. We're close to a breakthrough.
Simon!
Don't do it, Jagger. or I'll bust you for obstruction of justice. Come on, let's get that thing out of here. Hey, you should have known better. And Jagger, Internal Affairs is gonna have you for breakfast.
You'll only make things worse.
How could they be worse? How could it possibly be worse?
The fiber in Kellogg's Mini Wheats helps keep me flying right, but it's the delicious frosting that fuels my youthful appetite.
Small problem. The shredded wheat nutrition gives me that drive, but the kid in me loves to tackle the tasty side.
Kellogg's Mini Wheats. Shredded wheat nutrition for the adult in you. Delicious taste for that part of you that'll never grow up.
The fiber in Mini Wheats gives me a great start. But when it comes to the great taste, I'm just a kid at heart.
I'll have what she's having.
Start spreading the news.
Heard the news? Ounce for ounce, Philadelphia brand cream cheese has just half the calories of butter or margarine. So,
Start spreading the news.
rich, creamy, Philadelphia brand cream cheese. Since 1880, half the calories of butter or margarine.
Start spreading the news.
Ooh, something new.
Caramel layer through pecans and almonds too. Ooh, turtle brownies, Dunkin' Hines. You know that I love you. I can't help myself. It's Dunkin' Hines and nobody else.
New turtle brownies and gourmet truffle brownies layered with chocolate. Who could resist them?
Can't help myself. It's Dunkin' Hines and nobody else.
The key to the entire thing is right here.
I'm listening, Simon. Where?
Alex, this is a segment of a geological disconformity.
You mean it's a fake?
Well, you could say that. Look at the original. Infrared and deep radar show a signature of pitch blende. That's uranium ore. Now, somebody at Cybertech is killing to protect this secret. They're falsifying government information. We've got to get Henry out of there. Split up, Alex. If you see him, signal me on this.
Okay, you got it. Simon, I hope you're right about this.
When have I ever let you down?
I'm telling you, I don't care about the costs. I want results. Misers like Hutchison can worry about them
Can I help you? You brought a great deal of trouble upon yourself, Dr. McKay. I hope it was worth it.
I just had to see him one more time to say a final farewell.
Why not? After all, in a sense, Henry is your child, isn't he?
More like a brainchild.
I wonder if your actions weren't motivated by guilt. Did one of your creations, a machine meant to save lives, murder a man? And that's not an easy question to dismiss.
You brought Henry back here. Isn't security a bit weak?
On the contrary, Dr. McKay, we have everything we need right here.
All along I thought it was Post.
I'm afraid not.
As a geologist, you knew about the uranium deposits.
As a geophysicist. For 8 years, I played nursemaid to a clutch of spoiled children and senile idiots. I'm the only one that saw the implication in those photos. Millions of dollars of uranium on land that will be auctioned for a pittance. Chance of a lifetime.
So what went wrong?
Well, you know by now that Henry discovered Post's financial indiscretions. 2 days ago, that mechanical idiot blundered into my own data files. He told Dr. Gadbury had to die, and the robot's memory with him.
So what now? A little accident?
This chamber can generate a pressure of 75 atmospheres. More than enough to reduce you to an incurious jelly. Goodbye, Dr. McKay.
That is the first time you've spoken directly to me.
What are they doing to you there?
Running a worm program, simultaneously copying and removing data. Soon, I will be empty.
Put your signal, Simon. He'll be here in a minute.
That will be good. It will be good to see him. It is good to see you, Alex, although you do not like me.
Henry, it's not that I don't like you, it's just... What am I doing talking to a machine? Come on, Simon.
Modulated power surge. Probable location, the hyperbaric chamber. The surge is spelling out a distress signal in Morse code. Alex, you will need me to operate the controls.
I'm gonna hate myself in the morning.
My card won't fit that door.
Alex? Allow me, please.
Dillard, come on, get him out of there!
It's not working.
What do you mean, do something? Come on!
Of course it won't open. Someone took the manual override. He's as dead in a slide rule factory. He'll look like a raspberry dodo.
Dillard, shut up. Alex, I may be able to overload the computer, gain direct access to the safety lines. Dillard, please hardwire me to the console.
Do what he says, Dillard. Now, come on!
I've got to tell Dr. Post about this.
Alex, stand back. The pressure's going down.
Get the door open, Henry. No, you're killing with bends. Look, we must lower the pressure slowly.
Simon, I'm glad you're safe.
Alex! His battery cells are drained. He's losing his memory core. He's dying, Alex! Get me out of here!
No, Simon. I cannot allow you to hurt yourself.
Dr. Post, look in my bag. Get the compact disc device. Plug it into his communication port.
It's here.
Simon.
Henry, hold on.
Simon.
Yes, Henry.
Simon, was I ever truly alive?
You're here, Henry. You exist.
It is illogical, but I am afraid. I do not want to die, Simon. There are so many reasons to live.
Dr. Post, what's going on?
I'm doing the best I can.
Simon, you were my creator. You made me. You taught me. I ask a favor of you.
Yes, Henry.
Tell me one thing.
Anything.
Have I been a good son?
The best I could ever have hoped for, Henry.
Thank you, Simon.
You gotta get out of here. This thing's gonna go.
Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Carnation Instant Breakfast. You're gonna love it in an instant. You're gonna love it in an instant. So good and frosty, rich and tasty. Carnation Instant Breakfast. You're gonna love it in an instant. Carnation Instant Breakfast comes in 4 delicious flavors. Chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, chocolate malt. It's one nutritious breakfast you're gonna love. Carnation Instant Breakfast. In regular and no sugar added. You're gonna love it in an instant.
Oh, wow, does that pizza smell good?
My nose wouldn't know it's too stuffed.
Have a Halls.
Halls Vapor Action penetrates deep to help your stuffy nose feel clearer, while Halls soothes your cough.
Halls Vapor Action works.
Now let's work on some pizza.
Skinny stickless, fat with flavor. See how skinny, taste how fat.
Stickless gum gives you 9 slim sticks instead of 7 wide ones in a regular pack.
See how skinny, taste how fat.
Morris, come through your new door and taste a new dinner.
It's a trap.
It's new Hearty Ground.
Hearty, har.
See? New Hearty Ground dinner from 9 Lives.
9 lives.
Morris, are you out there?
Not anymore.
Introducing new Hearty Ground dinners from 9 Lives. Hearty turkey, beef, and meaty meal. They're heartier than ordinary ground. More texture, more temptation.
9 lives, I'd walk through walls for new Hearty Ground.
Sunday, it's no laughing matter when a covey of comedians leads to murder.
Good Lord.
Buddy Hackett, Artie Johnson, Steve Lawrence on Murder, She Wrote. Then, live, it's the 13th Annual People's Choice Awards. America picks their favorite winners. Find out who they are with over 50 stars and host Dick Van Dyke. They've got showbiz in their blood, stardom in their dreams, sticky floors to sweep, and sometimes the best show is in the lobby. The Popcorn Kid, coming soon to CBS.
Martin, old friend. Help me now, just one more time.
Simon? Simon, come on, you can't do this to yourself. Look, Simon, if you won't come up, at least let me bring some food down to you, okay? Simon! Look, I made some nice spaghetti for you. Simon? Simon?
This is not a meal. This is a cold mass of coagulated carbohydrates containing suboptimal amounts of all major nutrients. Yeah, unless Mr. Jagger considers grease to be a nutrient.
Henry?
He's lost a lot of data, but I've captured his personality core on a compact disc. I just had to construct the body.
There is much I do not understand, much I have never seen. I will stay with you.
You will? Why?
First law, a robot may not harm, or through inaction, allow to be harmed a human being.
And?
Your cooking is a hazard to human life. I will cook, will clean, travel with you. Buongiorno, muchas gracias, arigato gozaimasu. You will show me play, and we will have... what did you call it, Simon?
Fun, Henry, fun.
Yes, fun.
Next, on The Wizard.
The child evolves as a wolf.
I'll pay whatever it takes. But that girl cannot be allowed to live.
She's got the intelligence of a human and the instincts of a wolf. Alex, we've got to find her before they do.
And before whoever tries to kill her does.
You got me after a wild animal and a hitman, not a hunter.
She has to die.
This is the way people talk. Somehow, you understand.
Coming up next, amnesia, drugs, and murder reunite AJ with his ex-fiancée. A deadly case of international intrigue awaits Simon and Simon next.
You know why crunch berries are special?
You bet! Because Captain Crunch only picks sweet, yummy, special berries like us.
Making my crunch berry cereal.
Very delicious. Yay, Crunch berries!
Crunch berries are a very sweet part of a balanced breakfast.
When you got a big taste for bubble gum, you can follow the captain and get yourself some. 2 whole packs that'll blow you away. In peanut butter crunch or crunch berries. Hey, rainbow bubble gum, especially marked boxes.
Where are you going with those stripes?
That's Aqua Fresh for kids. Just follow me.
Toothpaste? I hate to brush.
Aqua Fresh for kids makes brushing fun. It's got a zingy taste kids love. Fluoride too, and it's easy to pump and has a neat top.
Great, but how are you going to get those stripes in there?
Watch. Aqua Fresh for kids. I make brushing fun.
So, there you go. The last ever episode of The Wizard. We need to get like a good box set with this, like behind the scenes and stuff like that. I think that'd be kind of cool. So, you know, the captain's on a journey. I got some things I'm working on. The captain's always working on some things. Getting ready for Pickle Comic-Con next year already. I already got people bugging me for dates, and I'm like, I don't have dates until I get dates from other people, so that our dates don't correspond with their dates, and so we can do that. And then I got to get okayed with the venue, so I can get those dates okayed, which I still get to get those dates okayed. So this is what you deal with when you are a comic book Comic-Con promoter, I guess. But and I'm working on some other things. getting ready to completely redo that. I got my computer guy I'm talking to. He's going to help me come in and hook everything up into the computer bay area so I can work on more stuff. And then you won't see me on the stool all the time. My goal is to completely redo the captain's quarters. A lot going on down here. So much. Man, you know, it's crazy. Some people go, hey, that's your store? No. Is it your back warehouse? No. This is where I spend 90% of my time when I'm home. It's here. Usually here, if I'm not running the show, I am bagging and boarding comics. And also playing with my gun that runs the cats off. Look at that. I got these bagged. Now I gotta get them boarded. I got them bagged and boarded in the computer. And now I'm working on getting all this stuff in order. I'm going to literally bring all my comic books to the captain's quarters. And I got to put like 100,000 books in alphabetical and numerical order. I'm a crazy person. So, all right. So we're going to keep it going. And we're going to keep it going with some spookiness. And we're going to do some more ghost story. Yeah, the showrunner was Richard Matheson, but you know who was the producer? One William Castle, known for The Tingler, you know, House on Haunted Hill, 13. The man behind just so many like weird, cool ideas back in the day. As a kid, I got to experience, get to see The Tingler they had it set up at a theater. It was kind of cool. It was very dated, though. Not everything worked correctly because, you know, by the time it was already at least 20-some years old, almost 30 years old by that time. But I absolutely love William Castle stuff. And it was up until relatively recently I realized William Castle was the producer on Rosemary's Baby and was wanted to direct. So, but William Castle later on brought us ghost stories. So we're going to bring you ghost stories. This is episode 4, and this is Bad Connections. Enjoy.
It'll be a pleasure, Mr. Brown. Yes. Goodbye, sir. Hello.
Welcome.
I'm Winston Essex. You've caught me at a quiet time. My office here at Mansfield House is usually quite hectic. Visitors coming and going, staff meetings, the telephone ringing incessantly. It's amazing how we take things for granted. Like the telephone, an instrument of communication. It's there for us to conduct business, to make contact with our friends, our loved ones. Even when they're far away, the telephone brings them closer. What a comforting thought to know that we can reach out to anyone in the world in an instant. But what if someone was trying to reach out to us from the next world? I wonder how comforting that would be.
up there anyhow?
I thought I heard something. Angie, was that you in the alley?
No. I walked this morning. You okay now?
Sure.
And shake a leg. We'll be late. Hey! Barker, Mox, and Hirschfield, good morning. Hold the line, please. I'll see if he's in.
Good morning, Angie. You're looking exceptionally gorgeous this morning.
Still holding. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Barker is still in court. Would you care to leave your name? Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hirschfield. There's still no answer at that number. Yes, sir. I'll keep trying. Yes, Mr. Hirschfield, I know it's important. I'll get it.
Barker, Marks, and Hirschfield, good morning. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. We have a very bad connection.
Good morning.
If you would hang up and dial again.
Yes, I'll take the message. Thank you.
Barker, Marks, and Hirschfield, good morning. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
No, I'm sorry, he's not in.
Yes. Hello? Who is this?
You must listen, Barbara.
Who is this?
What's wrong?
I don't know what's wrong with me today. I'm hearing planes that aren't there, and I'm getting these weird phone calls.
Weird dirty or weird weird?
Someone's calling my name.
It's probably one of those jokers in the mailroom.
I hadn't thought of that.
Suppose we play a little joke of our own. Switch desks.
Thanks, Angie.
My pleasure. I'll give that freak an earful.
Barker, Marks, and Hirschfield, good morning.
Barbara.
Who is this?
Barbara. Love. I love you. I love you.
You think the rain will hurt the rhubarb? There's this terrific squirrel migration in Arkansas. I was measured for my shroud today.
You're measured for your what?
My shroud. No, I was in my office in the middle of closing a deal when two of the guys came in and started measuring me.
For your shroud?
My shroud.
I don't get it.
Well, I mean, they said it wasn't a bachelor party they were giving me. It was a wake. I mean, you know, the man who marries has died to the good life. Tell me they were wrong.
Suppose they're right.
Hey, it was just a corny joke. And a little morbid, too, now that I think about it. Barbara, it's all right, you know.
What is?
To talk about him, think about him.
It isn't that.
You mean when I started talking about my bachelor party, you didn't think about Mike talking about his?
Michael never had a bachelor party. There wasn't time for one. You know, I married him very soon after we met.
Yeah.
And when they shipped him out, we were just beginning to really know each other.
All right, but it happened. And you loved him. All right, I accept that. I'm not in competition with your memories or with Michael. If it wasn't Michael, where was it?
I was thinking about some calls I got at the office today, nuisance calls.
In bad?
Scary. Very scary.
Look, why don't you quit that job right now? You were going to leave it next week anyway.
I'd rather stick it out. Maybe it's nothing. I feel it right now.
Well, if it happens again, I want you to know that I would be very happy to take you away from all that right now and start keeping you.
In the style to which I'd like to become accustomed.
Exactly the style I had in mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Stewart?
Yeah, he said he'll report it to the phone company.
Which means he'll do absolutely nothing. Barker, Marks, and Hirschfield. One moment, please.
Barker, Marks, and Hirschfield.
Barbara, remember the promise. The promise. You're going to die. You're going to die.
to think we were never going to see you down here again.
It has been a while.
Your neighbors miss you. And so does your little boat. She needs care and attention, you know. If you're not going to use her, you ought to sell her to somebody who'll take care of her and enjoy her.
I guess I should.
Of course, nobody will ever get more pleasure out of her than Mike did. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, Ed. We could talk about him.
Well, I've thought about it a lot. Mike must have been hurt bad before he ever climbed into that raft after the plane crashed, or otherwise, you know he'd have found some way to sail her to port. Still, maybe he was luckier than that other fella, drifting all that time, watching his buddies die, and then dying himself just after he got spotted.
Ed, do you think you could recommend a broker who might sell the Promise for me?
Sure, I know just the man. Say, it's funny you turning up this way.
Why do you say that?
Well, a couple of days ago, I was here, and I looked over this way, and there was a fella seemed to be checking out the Promise. I thought for a minute it was Mike. I know that's impossible, but just for a second.
Did you talk to him?
No. The time I strolled over here, he was gone.
Anyway, the cabin sounds great. 180-degree view, huge fireplace, nearest neighbor a quarter of a mile away. No television, no telephone.
I'm sorry. I keep waiting for it to ring.
Well, you haven't had any more calls, have you?
I stayed away from the apartment all day, so he may have tried.
He? I thought you weren't sure whether it was a man or a woman.
At the office I wasn't, but here the voice is much clearer.
A voice you've heard before?
It might be. I've heard thousands of voices on the phone. I'll get this, sir. Would you like some more coffee?
Just serve the dessert and sit down.
What is it?
I think there's someone on the roof.
On the roof?
Yeah, don't look up. Look, you just, start eating the dessert. And don't watch me. Nobody. He could have jumped to another roof. Hey, you're trembling. Yes? Thank you. There you are. Thanks. Sugar? So in addition to these crank phone calls, Mrs. Shepard, you also feel that you're being watched?
Well, the other day, the day I got the first calls, I did have the feeling someone was watching me in the parking lot.
But you didn't actually see anyone?
No.
And last night? I thought I heard someone on the roof. Well, maybe a stray cat.
Maybe. And maybe someone could have jumped to the next roof when I went out.
About the calls, have you noticed any particular pattern?
They come in the afternoon, at night, in the office, at home.
You're going to die. Death is close. Sounds like a threat. You're getting married soon.
Next week.
Well, maybe the caller's just a disappointed boyfriend. Somebody who's uptight because you rejected him.
I don't think so, Sergeant.
Well, at least it's a way to go. If you will give me a list of possibilities, then I can look into it.
A list? I can't even think of a single person.
What about Steve?
No.
Who's Steve?
My first husband's brother. I went with him for a while before I married Michael.
You still see him?
Not in months. He's married now anyway. I broke up with him a long time before I married Michael.
Well, it was a thought.
Such a nice surprise. What brings you way out here?
I wanted to thank you and Marion for the lovely wedding gift.
Well, you could have phoned. I mean, that's a long drive. Well, anyway, I'm glad you're here.
The place looks great, Marion. You've done a lot of new things with it.
You haven't been here in a long time.
Too long. Look, if you don't mind, I'd like to finish clipping that last section of hedge.
I think we can spare you.
Thanks a lot. 10 minutes. It's really great seeing you, in-law.
Me too. Marriage certainly agrees with Steve.
Well, didn't you think it would?
Well, he did work pretty hard at being the carefree bachelor. I guess he was just waiting for the right girl.
I like to think so.
Oh, I'd forgotten this. Captain Bligh and the Mutineers.
That was the day Steve asked me to marry him.
Inspired by the good example Michael and I set.
Barbara, why did you come to see us? We haven't been very close, not for a long time. Maybe not ever.
I'm getting phone calls.
What?
These strange phone calls.
Like what?
Threatening, frightening. The police seem to feel that the person making these calls is someone who might have been interested in me, who would resent my marrying Keith.
Someone like Steve?
I don't really think that.
But you're here. Look, Barbara, I know my husband. Whatever he felt for you once, he was very happy for you when he heard you were going to marry again. We both were.
I believe you. Don't be angry with me, please. I'm sorry. Marion, you know, if that wasn't Steve's voice...
You couldn't recognize the voice?
At first I wasn't sure, but now... Well, maybe it's all my imagination. Kind of a guilt reaction.
What are you talking about?
I heard Michael's voice. It was Michael's voice I heard.
All right, come on, say it. Say it, lover. Come on.
I'll always love you.
Promise me.
I promise I'll always love you.
And I promise I'll never let you love anyone else.
is it?
Me, Keith. Barbara. I've been worried. I've been calling. Your phone is out. What happened?
I haven't wanted to tell you. I haven't known how to tell you.
Tell me what? What's going on?
I know who's been calling me. And why.
Okay. Who and why?
It's Michael. It's my husband, Michael.
You thought it was Mike's voice?
It was Mike's voice.
Was someone imitating him?
Does that explain how this phone kept on ringing after I did this? Yes, Keith, it kept on ringing. You think I imagined it all, don't you?
I'm not looking for explanations to satisfy me. I want to help you. You've been under a strain, maybe more than you've admitted. There's a doctor I know.
A psychiatrist.
Yes.
Keith, you know me, don't you? You really think I need a doctor?
He's a young guy, very bright, if you just want to talk to somebody.
Maybe, I don't know. I'd like to work it out for myself.
How? What are you going to do?
I'll need some time. Keith, I'd like to postpone the wedding.
Why?
I don't know if Michael wants me to marry.
Barbara. Look, Sergeant Appleton suggested a possibility. An old boyfriend, maybe.
I'll need, that time. Please.
All right. When will I see you?
Tomorrow, maybe.
If you need anything,
Did you see him?
Who are you?
I'm sorry, my car ran out of gas, and I was sure it was full. Thank you.
You say your car ran out of gas?
Yes, I was walking, and he followed me, and I ran in here, and I bolted the door. He kept trying to break in on me. Didn't you see him out on the porch?
No.
He was out there. He was. Please. Believe me. Help me.
It's all right, dear. Everything's all right now.
I guess I'd better call the police.
How you doing?
Fine. Are you free for lunch?
I can get free.
If tomorrow's better for you.
No, this other's just a coffee clutch here in the building. Let me check and I'll call you right back, okay?
Okay.
Said you called, Sergeant. Wanted to see me. What can I do for you?
Have a chair. That's quite an experience Mrs. Shepard had yesterday.
Yes.
You must be very concerned.
Of course I am.
Is she under a doctor's care?
Not that I know of.
You think her problem could be emotional?
Why do you ask?
Would you like a cup of coffee?
No, thank you.
You mind if I have a cup?
No, of course not.
Well, I talked to her brother-in-law. Didn't get anywhere. Seems to be no one else. Could it be emotional?
I guess it's possible.
Imagination plus guilt reactions. It isn't unusual when a widow's about to remarry.
But the other night, I was the one who heard someone on the roof.
You thought you did?
Yes.
You saw Mrs. Shepard yesterday?
Yes, on my way to the office.
How did she seem?
All right.
You worked all day?
Yeah.
You were out of your office most of the afternoon, weren't you?
I went to see a prospective client.
The client's name?
He wasn't at home when I got there. You're not suggesting that I followed Barbara or something?
Routine, Mr. Norton.
Is it? What earthly reason would I have to try to frighten her like that?
How did you meet the lady?
At my office.
She's a client, then?
She came in after her husband died.
And entrusted her inheritance to you?
Inheritance? Well, you think I'm after her money? Sergeant, her inheritance was her husband's GI insurance, a few $1,000s.
That's all?
That's all. She wanted somebody to invest it for her. Can you seriously consider that as a motive? Especially since we're going to be married?
Okay, I was reaching, I admit.
But we seem to have ruled out the brother-in-law, and she insists that there are no other relationships. So where does that leave us?
Sergeant, I'm going to level with you. She thinks she's identified the voice on the phone.
Go on.
She's sure it's Mike Shepard.
Her dead husband? Mr. Norton, what the lady needs is a doctor.
Hang on. We can make it, Phil. And when we get back, my wife, Barbara, you've got to meet her. The world's finest first mate.
Keith, Michael, what do you want? What is it you want?
The promise. Remember the promise.
Dear Keith, I want you to know that I love you. I'm very frightened, but I'm very aware. Somewhere, somehow, a part of Michael is reaching out for me. I don't know what will happen, but thank you for loving me, Barbara.
Barbara?
Michael?
The world's finest first mate. Take the skipper's word. Why did you change your hair? You promised you never would? Changes. Too many changes.
Michael.
Loyal,
loving. I had to see you, believe in you. You're not what I imagined. You're a cheat, ready to betray the man who loves her.
No, Michael. Who are you?
I was in the air with Mike, in the water, drifting with him till he died.
There were no survivors. They all died.
All Mike talked about was you. I can't let you marry another man. Mike still loves you. We both do. That's what kept me going so long. You. We'll all be together now.
You don't believe me, do you?
He's been dead for over a year.
So he couldn't have followed me. And he couldn't have tried to kill me last night.
They dragged the whole lake.
And found nothing.
And the phone calls, you think he made those too?
No, they were from Michael. But I was wrong. They weren't threats. They were warnings.
Warnings?
He was telling me I was in danger. And when he talked about his promise, he meant his promise to look after me, to protect me no matter what. It was Michael who saved me last night. I don't have to prove it. I know it. He saved me, and then he released me. If you still want me.
I don't understand it. I'm not sure I'll ever believe it. I'm just glad you're safe here and with me.
You'll be happy to know Keith and Barbara got married. As a matter of fact, they're honeymooning here right now. A message for them. I'd call, but for some reason they've asked to have the phone removed from their room. Oh, well. People in love are entitled to their little idiosyncrasies. Oh, and here are some scenes from our next adventure on Ghost Story.
Charlie!
Clinging like a leech!
I fantasized, Andrew, about killing you. I even worked out the way I was going to do it.
Did the plumber show up?
Mm-hmm.
He's a pretty careless fellow. He left the cover off the well.
Andy, you can't leave me here in this house alone tonight. I have terrible nightmares. It's in the cellar.
My McDonald's Happy Meal, please. Thank you. My McDonald's Happy Meal, please.
Rubble, rubble.
Hamburglar, you've really become attached to that McDonald's Happy Meal.
Here come the Fraggles in their vegetable cars. And you can get either Gobo Fraggle, or Red, or Boober and Wembley, or Moki when you buy a McDonald's Happy Meal featuring Fraggle Rock. Fraggle Rock toys at McDonald's.
Who cares?
Class is in session at Bayside High. There's biology,
Chocolate-covered grasshoppers.
chemistry, psychology.
Doesn't anybody feel the way I feel?
Saved by the Bell premieres Monday, November 2nd on TBS.
I was tired, listless. My hair looked bad. My dog moved away. My life was as bland as your average chicken sandwich. Then I tried McDonald's new Max Grill. Now this was different.
A marinated chicken breast with Monterey Jack, sweet red onions, tangy herb dressing on an oven-fresh roll. Well, things changed. My hair looks great. My dog came home, and we struck oil in the backyard.
Coincidence? We don't think so. Try McDonald's new Max Grill. Further proof that what you want is what you get. At McDonald's today.
This is what I used to hunt replicants with. This is cool. My buddy did this for me. He took a GunCon. I've showed this before, but it's GunCon from a PS2 that was broken and repainted it. Now it looks like this, and now it fires light out. So yeah, don't stare directly in that. You might have a seizure. But yeah, buddy did that. That was a bright orange gun. Matter of fact, if you look real closely, you can see the damage that I've beat and hit on it. He scraped stuff off, but tell me that doesn't look like a Decker gun from Blade Runner. So, just saying. So, hope you like Ghost Story, because we're going to a show that I needed to get back on the ball about, and we're going to use some Viper. Man, I'm running into some problems. No one knows what happened to my wife's grandmother's design paperwork she did when she passed away. Well, somebody knows, but somebody's not telling. So I am still looking. My goal is to bring the design plans for the Viper here to show you guys on the show. I got the okay from everybody. Now we just have to find it. It's crazy because, this is what happens, man. People run in, and when people pass away, they take everything and ain't nailed down. Unfortunately. So, here you guys go. It's been a long time, but I hope you guys remember. This is Viper Episode 7, Season 2. Enjoy.
Alley, we're in pursuit of the suspects. Do you copy?
Yeah, Cam, we're here.
Hey, listen, there's got to be a glitch here in the navigation computer. They got you listed a good 5 miles from the scene of the crime.
It's no glitch, Frankie. The thieves took off in a van like a bat out of hell after the Diamond Exchange alarm went off.
Excuse me, but even bats out of hell shouldn't outrun the Viper.
Guys, Metropole reports that the exchange's vault was completely cleaned out, so if you don't stop that van...
Don't worry, he's not going anywhere. That clunker can't go much faster.
So put the pedal down and let's wrap this thing up. Standard block in that model shouldn't haul past 105.
Reality check, Frankie. He's at 130 and climbing.
What? That's got to be a customized engine.
It is all engine. The scanner says the van is getting hotter by the second. The readout shows it's up to 217 Fahrenheit.
How's that possible?
You're drooling on the console.
Man, I'd love to get that rocket sled and take that baby apart.
Cole, how are you going to stop the van? If he takes a corner at the speed he's going, a grappling cable's going to snap you like a whip.
Yeah, and listen, no missiles, okay? I want that baby slid in one piece. I know, Frankie.
I'm right on his bumper. The shrapnel might take us out.
Static pulse?
That's our best bet.
Cole, what the hell happened?
Cole, Cam, you all right?
You believe this?
Guess reading him his rights is out of the question.
That's an understatement.
Prowls the streets in the pursuit of justice. Its origins are secret. Its technology, 21st century. Its existence, officially disavowed. But its presence, undeniable. The perfect weapon for an imperfect future. Viper.
There was no driver. This remote control panel took care of that.
And the explosion?
The chemical residue shows the fireball was caused by a very small concentration of some sort of highly volatile thermal jelly.
Napalm on steroids. I've never seen anything burn so hot. And I don't want to find out what they might use it for again.
Well, all I know is it made for a hell of a diversion.
If the van was a decoy, what happened to the stones?
I talked to the Metro detective in charge of the case, and he figures the diamonds were coptered out once we were off and running after the bait.
Set us up big time.
Mm-hmm. You know, he also said that the jobs were a perfect match to a series of robberies that happened 4 years ago.
They catch the perpetrators?
It was a gang led by a woman. She's doing time downstate.
Well, let's get on the phone to the ward and see if we can't arrange a meeting.
Wait a minute, if we're talking about Evangeline Rains, forget it. We don't go near her.
Well, here's her file. I'll put it on the laptop.
That's her.
Who is she? You know this woman?
Yeah, I know her.
Well, that sounds personal.
It's a long story, okay? Old news.
Well, if you'd ever like to share, Westlake, I'm here for you.
Wait a minute, guys. We may have a connection here. Looks like Rains' former gangmate, Johnny Hodge, has been seen in town recently.
Gangmate and boyfriend. At least until Hodge sold Rains out to the feds. He tipped them to her next job for a get-out-of-jail-free card.
So thanks to Hodge, she's into year 3 of a 10-year federal rap for conspiracy.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't pin any medals on the guy.
Well, that's Hodge.
He's not as smart as Rains, but if he's pulling these jobs, he's definitely using her MO.
So why don't we just run this mook Hodge in?
Unfortunately, he's not wanted for anything.
Yeah, and nobody's seen him since the wave of robberies started.
Which leads me to believe he's our guy. And if we offer Rains the opportunity for a payback, she'd jump at the chance. I'm gonna call the warden, have her released, flown to Metro under heavy guard.
She's just gonna waltz out of prison?
Look, I don't know what kind of history you have with this woman, Westlake, but we need her help and we need it now.
If Rains is involved, then I'm out.
Whoa, wait a minute, Cam. Chill out.
Okay, look. Cole's right, okay? Now, who's ever pulling these robberies, they're gutting the city. Anything we can do to stop them, it's worth a try.
What are you gonna offer her?
We'll see if we can get her sentence reduced if she leads us to Hodge and the stolen goods.
Considering what she's pulled, that sounds like a pretty sweet deal to me.
All right. I'll go along, Cole. But I think it's a big mistake.
You got a problem with Rains, I want to hear about it.
Well, let's just drop it, Cole.
Look, we're partners. If I can't count on you in a pinch, we're in big trouble.
Evangeline Rains is a thief and a conniving bitch.
The thief I know about, but I don't recall conniving bitch being a capital offense.
Come on, if you're gonna mock me, we can end this discussion right now.
I'm sorry.
After I got my first assignment, I became engaged to Peter Cooper, an officer I'd been seeing since the academy. Pete busted Rains on a minor traffic violation. He ran her for priors and discovered she was a wanted felon. He was about to bring her in when she climbed all over him.
She seduced your fiancé.
Do I have to fill in all the numbers? This is hard enough as it is.
Come on, lighten up.
Rains got Peter in her clutches, and before anybody knew, during a robbery she and her gang pulled, he looked the other way.
For a piece of the action.
Yeah, and a piece of her.
When Rains and her gang got busted, Hodge sold she and Peter out to the feds. Rains pulls 10 for conspiracy. Hodge walks away scot-free into the witness protection program. The man that I loved ends up doing 20 years. All thanks to Evangeline Rains.
Identification, please. Stand clear.
Thomas Cole, Special Investigator. This is Detective Cameron Westlake. We're here to pick up the prisoner, Evangeline Rains.
No need to stand on ceremony. Is there, Westlake? We're all friends here, right?
She's a prisoner. Let's treat her like one. Let's go. The less time I spend with you, the better.
You're not still pissed about your boyfriend, are you, Westlake?
Oh, shut up, Rains.
By the way, how is Peter? Or don't you get up to see him much anymore? Hello?
Well, whoever's pulling these jobs is smart, but predictable.
I guess that's why you need me. Because they're so predictable, huh?
Speak when spoken to, Rains.
Does that include letting this cutie over here undress me with his eyes? Prison overalls get you hot?
Well, actually, now that you mention it, you know...
That's enough, okay? We sprung you to help us with the job.
Not till I get something new to wear.
What?
Well, I'm not doing anything dressed like this.
She can't go out in the world with number stenciled on her back.
What do you expect? That we're just gonna let her raid my closet?
If that's my only option, I'll just wear my overalls. Now, black is a much better color for me than that ghastly orange. Does somebody want to give me a hand?
I can help her with that. What?
Forget it.
I was sort of hoping you'd be a gentleman.
I am. That's why I'm staying here.
How do I look?
You know, it's amazing how that outfit brings out your true nature.
Why, thank you.
Let's go. Got work to do.
We'd like you to look at these photos, Ms. Rains.
Oh, please, call me Evangeline.
Don't waste our time. Get us to Hodge and we'll reduce your sentence.
Hodge. Just like all the others. Said he loved me and then hammered me against the wall to save himself.
So this is your chance to set it right.
Oh, I'd do anything to help you nail him. It's just an expression.
So you think Hodge is pulling these heists?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my MO is written all over this. I mean, Johnny's cute, but he's not exactly an original thinker. Not like you, Mr. Cole. I'm sure you're capable of both. I mean, look how they've entered the truck and the vault. I mean, it's my crew, my strategy.
What's with this molten heat source?
Johnny knew this guy called Zach. He's like a chemical genius, totally twisted. He's always messing with incendiary stuff. He's trying to develop something called white fire. I mean, this looks like his work.
Where do you think they're going to hit next?
There's only one target worth going after in this town. The Metro City Reserve.
There's $300 million in platinum at the reserve.
And every civil servant's pension is in that vault. That's Metro City's cash box. And they're moving the platinum stock to Fort Knox next week while they renovate the reserve.
Wait a minute. We were talking about the most secure vault in the state.
Exactly my point. It's a challenge. Anything else be beneath my Johnny's dignity.
You're positive?
I want to see him behind bars just as much as you do.
Good. What do you think, Westlake?
I'll call the reserve. Put them on full alert.
I'd hurry if I was you. I wouldn't be surprised if Johnny was ahead of you.
You gonna be ready to roll in 5 minutes?
Well, we're a little shy of $1.5 million, but we should see $400K from the fence.
What, that's it?
Yeah, that's it. Take a look at this stuff. Think about the heat on it. I guarantee you it's the best we're gonna do.
Jesus, Johnny, I could make more working for the CIA.
Listen to me. If the CIA ever got a hold of you for blowing that federal building up, they would throw your ass in the slammer so fast it would make your head spin. And another thing, you told me that this white fire stuff could take care of any vehicle the cops would throw at us.
Any conventional vehicle, man. But this car, man, is like nothing I've ever seen.
Yeah, so you double up on the dose next time.
Double up? This stuff is still in the experimental stage. I don't want to mess with it too much. There's no telling what it might do.
Zach, that's the whole idea.
Johnny, check this. Tapped into the reserve security system. And look who's paying a surprise visit.
Well, she still looks good.
Evangeline always looks good.
Bridge?
When they take off, I want to know the exit and probable travel routes. Zach and I are going to tail them.
Okay.
Let's go.
I think you're overreacting here, detectives. This vault is impregnable. I guarantee it.
Famous last words.
And anyway, we're moving the platinum out of here for safekeeping while we renovate. In a week, this vault will be empty.
If you don't pay attention, it's going to be empty a lot sooner than that.
The Metro Reserve hasn't had a break-in in its 50 years.
Well, there's always a first time, hon. This door's a Smith Colburn, right?
Well, yes.
4 or 5 years old.
She's here to help, Mr. Noyes. Tell her what she needs to know.
The door is 5 years old. Why?
Insufficient plating through the lower seams leaves it easy prey to acid, drills, and localized explosives. If I was you, Mr. Noyes, I'd reinforce and fast. Can I see those blueprints? Try that new titanium alloy. Same for the upper walls. Vent shafts through the ceiling. Storage room.
Yeah, right. Now, the other walls are concrete, several feet thick. But that room isn't a problem.
That's how they'll get in.
No, I said the room is secure.
I don't think you understand, Mr. Noyes. You're about to be cleaned out. And the way to do that is through that wall and that room. Pick the locks, the alarm's going to go off. Cut through the concrete, and they're going to hear it in 3 states. Do you have ventilation in that room?
Of course. The reserve is in compliance with fire department regulations.
And the ventilation is connected to the storage room where?
The roof.
The roof. Do you have a big neon sign on your roof that says the platinum's here too? Because the only thing they're not going to get away with is validated parking.
Detective Westlake, this is utterly...
Do as she suggests, Mr. Noyes. When it comes to robbing the blind, she's the best in the business.
You're full of compliments today.
Any other modifications you'd like to suggest, Ms. Raines?
Make these changes, and the city might be able to hold on to its platinum.
I suggest you get started immediately.
Meantime, why don't we all have a little chat about Johnny Hodge?
Can I speak to you privately? Keep an eye on her.
What is it?
I'll interrogate Raines.
What?
Well, the two of you don't get along.
Oh, no kidding.
So I think it'd be counterproductive to have you there while I'm trying to finesse information out of her.
He's got a good point, honey. This place is a natural echo chamber. I couldn't help but hear every word. So when does the finessing start? Soon?
She is getting in the car now.
And he's driving a red Viper.
They should be exiting the garage now.
You still want to do this?
You know me. You saw her, wouldn't you, if you had the chance?
Not bad for a cop's salary, assuming you're not on the take.
Thanks, I think.
Get her talking about Hodge, Cole.
You hungry?
I could eat.
Hey, you know, Westlake, that good cop, bad cop thing between you and Cole, that was terrific.
It's not an act.
Guess I need to make a stop. So after we collar your ex-boyfriend, what's next for you?
Well, when I get out, I'm going to launch a new career.
Extortion or Grand Theft Auto?
That's not kind. I'm going to go straight.
Is that right?
Yeah. I'm going to do exactly what I've been doing for you, security consultant. See, the publicity I get from nailing Johnny will kickstart my new company. And putting Hodges away will just make my reputation. And the minute I get out of jail, I'm going to have so many offers, I'm not going to know what to do with them.
What do you read on the voice stress analyzer, Alex?
She's as smooth as silk.
Doesn't mean she's not lying.
Oh, come on, Westlake. I mean, cut the girl a little slack, will ya?
You want something to drink?
Enough of the bull, Cole. Find out where she thinks Hodge is holed up.
If everything works out with Hodge, I'll do what I can to help.
Well, thank you, Cole. That would mean so much to me. Can I call you Tom?
God, she's working him like a wind-up doll.
So what is it between you and Westlake? Anything going on after work?
Westlake and I have got a completely professional relationship. So if you're thinking about pulling the same crap you pull with Officer Cooper, don't bother.
Well, you should hear my side of the story sometime.
I'll pass.
The problem with Westlake is that she's been competing in a man's world for so long that she's forgotten what it's like to be feminine. And the minute a man gives her some attention, she, well, I guess he got distracted because he saw something more interesting.
You mean?
She loses it. You're not a very good host, Tom. You get me all hungry and then there's nothing in the house to eat.
This isn't a date, Cole. Get her back on Hodge.
So, about Hodge,
I can't function on an empty stomach. Why don't we go to Fandango's? I hear they have great steaks.
No, it's too dangerous. I repeat, no way.
Well, why not?
Damn it, Cole. You cannot take her out in public. If she escapes...
I could use a good steak. Especially, if it's on Metropol's nickel.
You're gonna have to feed me first.
After you.
Frankie, come with me. Allie, you handle things from here.
You got it.
Okay. See you later.
Where in the hell is Virgil? Let's get the show on the road.
Don't get any ideas. I'm just helping you with your napkin. Sorry, but those stay on.
What a hot date you turned out to be.
Hi, have you decided?
I'll have the house salad, New York strip steak, black and blue, roast potatoes, green spinach, and I'll have the grilled asparagus as an appetizer.
Very well.
I'll take the same, and we'll split the appetizer.
Like hell we will. You can get your own.
Isn't she delightful? I don't know. I'm getting a lot of background noise.
She could have picked a better place not to be overheard.
Uh-oh.
What?
We got company. Hodge and a few of his friends. I thought you said this Stugatz is going to be hard to find.
These guys are like moths and Rains is the flame. Maybe we can wrap up this whole thing without letting her off any hook.
What are you going to do?
Call for Metropole backup. I'm going in.
Allie?
I don't have anything personal against the police, you understand. I mean, look, I've dated cops. I mean, don't you always socialize with people you meet on the job?
You are a real piece of work, Evangeline. I'll give you that.
I bet you said that to all the girls. Especially when you're getting to meet them.
Well, nice to see you both. Let's all just keep smiling and hand your weapon to my friend here. Everything will be just fine. Hi, babe. Sorry I didn't write.
You'd have to learn how to write first, wouldn't you, really?
Now let's all just take a walk to the kitchen. Nice and easy.
Get away with this, Hodge.
Now, why is it that every cop quotes from the same damn book? Huh? Even the losers.
What are you doing? Johnny! Johnny! What are you doing?
Just completing a job I should have finished a long time ago.
Johnny!
Get her to bring me down, huh? You know, in a minute, that girl's gonna be nothing but a bad memory. You know the problem with this place? No matter what you order, they always overcook it.
You can't leave me! Hold it. Give it up, Hodge. The building is surrounded. Give it up.
You know, you all need new material. Let's go. Stay where you are. Unless you want a restaurant full of bleeding corpses.
Come on. They got Rains in the meat locker with that super napalm. Somebody out of the kitchen. Come on now. Move. Come on. Hold it. Come on.
Their vehicle's right outside the door. Where's Rains?
In there.
A convicted felon with known accomplices in the city, and you escort her to the restaurant of her choice?
We're just pumping her for information.
About her future business plans as a security consultant?
Look, she's dead and it's my fault, okay?
Any sign of a body?
It's gonna take a couple days to separate Rain's DNA from the rest of the hamburger.
What about clothes, shoes?
Maybe in that pile.
Well, what about the cuffs?
Slagged by the heat. Look, it's all we've got. The one item that could survive the inferno.
A diamond stud from her nose.
Proves that she was in there when the white flare went off.
Or it proves she was smart enough to leave it behind.
We should be looking for Hodge.
Look, I know your male ego can't stand to admit you've been sucker punched cold.
Rains is dead, Westlake.
Yeah, well, when I see a body, I'll be convinced.
Westlake.
We stay stake out the reserve. Case closed.
Westlake. You're gonna have to take your personal feelings out of this case and accept the fact that Raines is dead. And it wasn't my ego that got sucker punched either.
All right. Maybe I deserve that.
Why are you so convinced they're gonna hit the reserve?
I'll admit I have a grudge against Raines. But as much as I'd like to see her dead, she's still very much alive. So I'll stand by what I said inside. Hodge and his gang are gonna hit the reserve. So get ready for a stakeout.
We're still gonna have to consider other possibilities. You up for it, man? On green. Idiot. Not a soul to be seen, Ellie. It's as silent as a church. I still think we should be looking at alternatives. The Industrial Gemstone Exchange, the federal holdings out at the airport.
She and Hodge are gonna hit the reserve.
Raines is dead.
She really played you like a violin, didn't she?
When are you gonna get it through your head I'm not Peter? And that not every guy has a pushover for a pretty face and a push-up bra.
Hey, who's Peter? Okay, some other time.
This is it. Get the drill. Let's get to work.
Jenny, we're coming on.
Nice and easy here, Virgil. Nice and easy.
That's it.
That's it.
It's Westlake.
Noise. That's reserve. We've got a problem.
Ready, sir.
Nobody goes in there until forensics gone over this from top to bottom.
Right.
How did they...
They must have melted the platinum and then drained it through these holes.
Be careful of the platinum. It's still molten.
I just like those lips of yours. You know, it hurt like hell when you bit me in the hand like that.
I had to make it look real.
Yeah?
It was just as painful when you slapped me across the face.
Oh, I thought you loved it when I played a little rough.
I do. Westlake's boyfriend used to beg me to put the bone in.
Oh, yeah?
She wouldn't play that way, apparently.
I still cannot believe that you did 3 years because that guy, the total loser, screwed up.
Well, I left my teeth marks in her.
Yeah.
Hey, wait till you guys see this. Allie?
You're not gonna like this. Metropole sent it over a scramble line the minute they got it.
Hi, kids. It's been swell working with you, especially you, Cole. It was terrific of you to leave me in the kitchen alone so I could slip out of the meat locker when you were busy. And Westlake, you're as much an idiot as that thick boyfriend of yours. And I hope you guys don't feel too bad about losing the entire city budget. But maybe they could get a job asking, do you want fries with that?
So while you clowns are spending the rest of your lives in therapy, we'll be spending Metro's money here, thinking of you.
And you can keep that old stud of mine. I've got a new one.
She really played us for a fool.
Us?
All right, Westlake, you were right about her. I owe you an apology.
Fat lot of good it does us now. Apology accepted.
Terrific. We're all friends again. Group hug. What do you say? Huh? Okay, maybe not. But you know what, guys? These gavons still made us look like jerks.
Allie, you know what? We got the gist of it the first time.
I'm not so sure. Freeze it right there, Ellie. Zoom in on the truck.
What, are you gonna try and find them by their plates?
Not quite. Go in tight on the side mirror. Can you enhance the reflection?
You wanna enlighten us here, Cole?
That little bit of skyline right there is Rain's ticket back to the joint.
You know, from that angle, that must be the edge of town.
That's Mackenzie's, no. That's Chadwick's Oil.
It's about 6 blocks west. Stratton Street or Dubrow Ave, Ellie? Now, they're gonna need to melt that platinum back down into manageable pieces.
It's the old Pantheon steel mill. My Uncle Bruno used to work there as a smelter when he first came over from the old country.
Let's go.
I figured it out. I should get to drive the car.
We're gonna move on. I'd like to leave the country by noon.
Oh, yeah? Well, you might want to give us a hand.
Well, I'm the brains of this outfit. I think I'll leave the heavy lifting to you peons.
Nice.
How did they find us?
You tell me, you're the brains of this operation.
I'm gonna run those people down. Cover me.
Everybody in the back! Go!
Snake could sell out her own mother to get away.
So you're not planning on taking her out to dinner when she gets out of prison?
She'll be pushing 90 by then. Maybe I'll be able to forgive. Or at least see now enough to forget.
Tractor missile? With her. Cut the cable.
Too much of a gentleman for this. But I'm no gentleman.
Now, along with the apprehension of the gang, Metropol has also reported the recovery of the entire loot from this spectacular crime spree, including the city's $50 million platinum reserve. Now, when asked Commissioner exactly how these daring thieves were captured, he insisted it was plain old-fashioned police work. It appears Evangeline Rains wants to make a statement.
Could help you police work my foot. If it wasn't for that silver car, I'd be home free.
There you have it. Once again, another unsubstantiated report of this phantom vehicle about which police continue to claim complete ignorance. This is Millar Sega, KPOV.
Good going, guys. I'd say we turned that one around. And all thanks to good old-fashioned police work.
You know, from what I hear, Rains and Hodge are looking at 80 years behind bars.
Yeah, nobody deserved it more.
Well, I never got past my salad at Fandango's. Who's hungry?
Well, I could eat.
You're buying.
But only vegetarian. I still haven't gotten the smell of that meat locker out of my hair.
It's coming. The Nintendo Power Fest. The most awesome Nintendo festival ever. June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd at the St. Paul Civic Center.
Kids, Fox 29 Kids Club wants you to be there. Play hundreds of Game Boys all day for free, including new Nintendo games never even heard of. Meet the experts and get their secrets. Say hello to Super Mario Brothers, Mario and Luigi. Star in your own music video or take the ultimate challenge and compete for the Nintendo World Championships. Just keep watching Fox 29 KITN for your chance to win. Courtesy of the Fox 29 Kids Club.
Today, there is indisputable scientific evidence. The world is becoming a hotter place to live. What can the individual citizen do about the heat?
Thirst quencher. There's nothing mellow about it.
You know, Fortnite, Batman Fortnite, Marvel Fortnite. They put G.I. Joe, Snake Eyes, aliens and xenomorphs and predators and and Ripley and Metallica, and everybody's like, and you still haven't played Fortnite? No, I still have never played Fortnite. It's like they're legitimately doing everything they can to get me personally to play this game. And I still have yet to play it. Joe used to come up to me and goes, they put Snake Eyes in it. I'm like, yeah, I know. Still not going to play it. I cannot bring myself to play Fortnite. Can't do it. Can't do it at all. Maybe I should, and I just record it and make a ton of money like the kids that do the Fortnite stuff. I'm not gonna lie, they have really cool action figures on some of them, but just not my thing. I'm not a Fortnite fan. So, hope you guys still dig Viper. I know I do. Very much reminds me of like Mask meets Knight Rider, and yeah, except for the big time jump that they had between seasons, which is weird, but a lot of shows did weird stuff. A lot of people forget that last season of Airwolf, there was no original people still on that show because it had went from NBC to USA Network, and basically they got rid of everybody because that was what, and then they used old material to reshoot an entire season as on the cheap as much as they could. So it could be that bad. But it's not. So, alright, so we're going to keep it going. And we're going into the comic book world. One of my favorite worlds. Because I love comic books. And I love Spider-Man. For those around here have seen me in Spider-Man costume. Yeah. What really fun. Nothing like having to stop every 5 minutes to take pictures with little kids. When you're taking your son trick-or-treating. But I like it. It's fun. I like making little kids happy. And adults, which is funny because literally the last time I dressed up like Spider-Man, I probably took just as many pictures with adults as I did with kids. So yeah, it's weird, but it's so funny to think that you look at my costume and it looks better than the costume that's on this show, but then you also figure it's also 40 years of difference. So here you guys go. This is Spider-Man Episode 4, Web of the Spider. Enjoy.
Copy, boys.
Rita, are you okay?
Yeah, sure.
Now, what does that mean?
Well, my body feels like I got a toothache all over. And my heart? Oh, Peter, how could I be so stupid?
Oh, Rita, here, give me that. And just relax. I'll fix you a cup of coffee.
Thanks.
Besides, you gave those cons a show they'll never forget.
Yeah, especially those four who are still in the hospital.
It's true.
But you're right. It was a hard act to follow. What's that you got?
Yes? Mm-hmm. Oh, this is a book. It's called The Curse of Rava. It's about that cult, you know, the Kalistani cult that's all the rage at the university now.
Yeah, I've heard about Rava's curse. You don't believe in far-out things like that, do you, Peter?
Rita, let's just say there are stranger things that have never been solved.
Get out of here.
Anyway, there's a demonstration of the followers of this at the university tomorrow, and the newspaper wants me to cover it, so maybe I'll find out some more about it.
You've traveled a long way, and I understand the idol is important to your people. I sympathize with you, Mr. Mandak. However, the exhibit will open tomorrow on schedule.
Rava must not be desecrated.
The idol will not be damaged, not even be touched.
The face of Rava is not for the unbeliever.
I'm only the director of the museum. cannot cancel the exhibit. As the chairman of the executives, Mr. Jameson, the board of trustees, I have to answer to all of them.
And they will answer to Rava. I warn you, Professor Rustin, unless Rava is returned to Khalistan, you will feel his wrath.
You mean the famous curse of Rava?
You mock him.
Oh, no, I mean no disrespect to your religion. It's just that I find it hard to believe in curses.
I warned you.
She's just a student who works here part-time.
I know who she is. Possibly better than you do. If you persist in treating our God as a carnival freak, he will do more than just warn you, Professor Rustin. Much more.
Sorry, pal. No cameras.
Oh, I'm Parker from the Bugle.
Oh.
What's going on here?
Oh, they're picketing the Kalistani exhibit in the main gallery.
Oh, yeah, I heard something about that. You're displaying Rava, the Kalistani god of death?
That thing has the ugliest face I've ever seen. How can anybody get down and worship a thing like that?
Maybe they're afraid not to.
Oh.
Did I scare you?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were so engrossed in your work.
Well, he's a pretty engrossing old boy. What's wrong?
You mustn't touch him.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot. My name is Peter Parker. I'm a photographer with the Bugle.
Trina Pandit.
Do you work here?
I'm a student assistant curator. I'm translating the inscription at the base of the idol.
Oh, well then you must be from exotic Calistan.
No, exotic Kansas. But my grandparents are from Calistan. They came to farm a long time ago.
Well, that's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, but in reverse. I'm a student here myself. I'm a grad student in physics. I'm just a photographer part-time. How come I've never seen you around?
It's a big university.
Not that big.
I thought this job was boring.
Maybe it tore loose when Spider-Man was swinging on it.
Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't explain all the shaking just before it happened.
What do you think caused it, Professor?
I don't know. I'm an art historian, Captain. Ask young Parker there. Physical sciences are his field.
How about it, Parker? Could an earthquake have caused all this?
Well, certainly if we were in California. But there's never been an earthquake recorded in Manhattan.
Thanks, Parker. You're a big help.
My God, John, what's happened here?
Calistanis, Jonah. I told you we'd have trouble with them.
And I told you that we were not going to be pushed around by some splinter group of fanatics from a two-bit country halfway around the world. Parker, what are you doing here?
This is the university, sir. I go to school here, remember?
Jonah, I think we should cancel the exhibit. That idol is a religious symbol to these Calistanis. We don't have the right.
Right? We have more than a right. We have a contract with the legitimate government of Calistan to do this exhibit. We're the only museum in the country that'll have the idol.
I have a feeling this is just the beginning.
You believe in that curse business, don't you?
I don't know what I believe anymore. A piece of ornamental stone couldn't fall, but it did.
You probably don't believe that you can lose your job here. But you can.
Don't threaten me, Jonah. I don't wish to be disrespectful of the dead, but I don't care how much money your wife raised for this museum. She didn't own it, and neither do you.
I want the doors to this museum open to the public as soon as this mess is out of the way. You understand that? right? What are you standing around here for? Get this place cleaned up.
Mr. Jameson, I've got some real winners here.
Parker, I can't print these.
But you always say that pictures like these are what sell newspapers.
Not my newspapers. Parker, don't you know that my wife was a patron of that museum? You realize that I'm now chairman of the board of trustees? Why would I want to give the museum this kind of publicity?
But you always say to report the news as it happens, no matter who's involved.
Stop telling me what I always say.
Well, I suppose I can always do something else with these.
Like what?
I took these pictures on my own time. That gives me the right to do whatever I want with them.
Parker, you would sell those to a rival paper. Where's your loyalty?
Mr. Jameson, I'm just a poor graduate student who's trying to squeeze by as a low-paid part-time photographer. Now, these are good. They're really good. I was the only photographer there, so that makes these an exclusive. I think somebody will buy them from me, don't you, sir?
Rita,
Yeah, boss.
we're buying some pictures from Parker and the negatives. Authorized payment, will you? I'd throw in a $50 bonus.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson. That's very generous of you.
Get out of here, Parker.
Wow, I am impressed. I am very impressed. You know, the last guy that got $50 out of Mr. High Roller that easily was the guy that mugged him in Central Park last summer.
Oh, really? You have the chief all wrong. He's really a very fair man. You just have to know how to talk to him.
Pete, why do I get the feeling you're conning me? In the main gallery.
Thank you. Well, John, what is it that's so serious here that we can't discuss it over the phone?
I have to convince you, Jonah. We have to get that idol back to Calistan or something terrible is going to happen. I'm scared.
Well, I'm not. I may not be from Missouri, but if this curse business is for real, you're going to have to show me. That guy with all those arms could make a fortune in a circus.
Get away from him.
Shut it up.
It's the curse of Rama. I told you.
One more time, please. Okay. Well, the lights
flickering on and off, see, and suddenly they went out completely, and I heard Rustin scream. Then there was this crash, and then the lights came back on, and there was Rustin lying right there with the idol on top of him. Yeah, but John, that thing must weigh half a ton.
Think it was the curse?
Nah, of course not.
Then how do you explain it?
I don't know. You're the detective. You figure it out.
I think maybe I have. Either of you ever see any tables slide across the floor by themselves? Or shields fly off the wall? Or this statue dancing on its pedestal?
What are you getting at?
There's another way all this could have happened, you know.
No, what are you suggesting?
Mr. Jameson, I wish there was some other explanation, that you had a motive. Several witnesses, including me, saw you and the professor argue.
You're saying that I tried to kill him? Oh, come on. Call the hospital. Ask Rustin. He'll tell you.
I have a man down there. But Professor Rustin, he's in pretty bad shape. I don't think he's going to be talking to anybody for a long time, if ever.
I don't believe this. I want to talk to my lawyer.
You can call him from the precinct.
Now, wait a minute.
Please, sir. Don't make me use the handcuffs.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I want my lawyer. Get me out of here.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Jameson. Your lawyer's on his way.
What are you doing here?
Rita called me.
Why?
Oh, she thought maybe I could help you.
Well, what am I worrying about? Here I am in jail, accused of attempted murder, 3 days before a stockholders' meeting where I have to fight off some pirate who's trying to take over the paper. And look who's on my side. College kid who runs around with a camera hanging on his neck, and a lawyer that nobody can even find.
Mr. Jameson wouldn't kill anybody. This whole thing is just crazy.
Yeah, you want to know what else is crazy? Read that.
Is Mr. Jameson's statement? The table slid at them by itself?
Do you realize who I am?
Yes, a very important man. That's why I'm recommending that the DA sleep on it before deciding whether to charge you or not. Of course, you'll probably have to spend the night in jail.
What?
Well, that's good, sir.
Parker, I don't see anything good about this. If I lose control of the paper, you'll probably lose your job. You've thought of that, haven't you?
No, I mean, it's good that Captain Barbera's recommendation counts for so much. When he finds out that the Bugle is doing an in-depth profile on him, and he realizes that his treatment of you will have a direct bearing on the tone of that article.
Article on me?
Well, I'm sorry. I saw the memo on Rita's desk. One of your better ideas, I must say.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
You know, maybe I better call the DA. It would be a shame if Mr. Jameson had to spend the night here if it really wasn't necessary.
Are you sure he won't mind if you call him this late?
Trust me.
Parker, sometimes you amaze me. You know, son, that story about Captain Barbera, that isn't a bad idea at all. Yeah, I think I'll put Myers on it. And you can handle the pictures.
Oh, that's terrific. Thank you, sir. But first, we've got to get you cleared for that stockholders meeting.
Yeah.
Mr. Jameson, I've got your car parked right out front.
What do you want dressed up for?
Now, you didn't want me driving around in your rolls in an old housecoat, did you?
Well, actually, I didn't want you driving around in it at all.
You know, tell the truth. Your getting out early kind of messed up my plan. See, I had this date with this guy I know over in Jersey. We were going to strip your car.
You know, I half believe she would.
Hello. What are you doing here?
Oh, I told you the university wasn't that big.
But how'd you know I'd be coming this way?
Because your next class is in the Chem building, which is right over there.
How'd you know that?
Oh, a good reporter never reveals his sources.
Oh, you checked my class card at the ad building.
Now, you see, you could be a reporter, too. Trina, you were there at the museum the night that Mr. Jameson went to meet Professor Rustin. Are you certain they were alone?
All I know is I didn't see anyone, and I locked the door before I left.
Well, now, what's the big deal about Rava back in Calistan?
Calistan used to be ruled by the High Priest of Rava.
That's it? That's why the idol is so important?
Well, the members of the cult were the fiercest warriors in the country.
Oh, so that's how the cult held power. I understand they used to worship death.
Not really. They believed that death in battle was the way to a place of honor in the next life. Peter, why are you asking me all these questions?
Because I'm trying to help Mr. Jameson. And because you're the only expert on Calistan I happen to know.
I'm no expert on Calistan.
Well, you translated the inscriptions on the idol.
Look, the cult was overthrown and the high priest banished 50 years before I was even born.
So, you mean to say the cult doesn't exist?
I didn't say that.
So it does exist. Trina, what are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anything. I'm just concerned about what happened to Professor Rustin.
Suppose the cult did get their hands on the idol and took it back to Calistan. What would happen?
The high priest would declare a holy war and try to regain power.
Civil war? Have they ever tried that before?
Rob has always been very carefully guarded. As a matter of fact, this is the first time the government has ever allowed the idol to leave the country.
Which means this is the first time the cult has had a chance to get their hands on it.
I wouldn't know about that. Look, I'm going to be late. I have a class.
But Professor Rustin said that our God would be returned to Calistan.
Well, I hope you got that in writing, pal. Because we can't very well ask him now, can we?
You must return Rava to his people.
Hey, don't tell me what I must do. This could turn into a murder investigation. This statue here is evidence. It's not going anywhere.
No, Rava's revenge.
Yeah? Well, if I'm ever in Calistan, I'll remember not to drink the water. Get out of here. I wouldn't worry about those guys. I'll tell you what, I'll have the cruisers in the area make a couple extra rounds, okay?
Thanks a lot, Captain. Sure make me feel a lot better.
Where's your phone?
Oh, right this way.
Captain, can I talk to you? Look, you have got to make sure that the idol of Rava doesn't get back to Calistan. I mean, it could cause a civil war, with Calistan sitting right between Russia and China.
Relax, Parker. I already talked to some fruitcake who said he was from the Calistani consulate.
Captain, did he threaten you?
No, but he said that statue of Smiling Jack in there was going to get me. You notice how scared I am.
You wouldn't take that lightly if I were you, sir. Look what happened to Professor Rust.
You too? Parker, don't you have to oil your slide rule or something?
Well, I really think...
No!
sandwich.
If I hadn't pulled out the bologna.
Hey, come back here. An in-depth profile of Captain Barbera. That's the worst idea I ever heard.
Well, it seemed like a good idea at the time. You liked it.
Sure. That was before Rustin slipped into a coma. You know what this is going to look like to the stockholders of the newspaper?
Listen, you're not guilty.
It doesn't matter. If I'm not at that meeting for any reason, especially if I'm in jail, I'll lose the paper.
We can't let that happen.
We? There's nothing we can do about it.
Mr. Jameson, do you remember those pictures that I took at the museum? Could I have another look at those, please?
Why?
I got a shot of one of the demonstrators. Now, I think this man was involved.
They're all involved. Have you been talking to the Bulletin or the Dispatch? I see. You're the first of the rats to leave the sinking ship, is that it?
I would never do any such thing.
I paid you more than I should have for those pictures. They're mine. Nobody's going to see them.
Why does that man have to be so stubborn?
That's probably what got him where he is.
I mean, he is in jail, and he still thinks he knows all the answers. If that's what it takes to be rich, I'd rather stay poor.
Honey, you work for Mr. Jameson long enough, you'll get your wish, for sure.
We have got to help him. Now, I have to get some of those pictures that I sold to Mr. Jameson. Rita, I have a shot of one of the demonstrators. I am sure the man was involved.
Forget it, Pete. Now, he's got them and the negatives in his desk, and the office is locked. He locks it whenever he leaves.
Well, why does he do that? You're always here.
Who do you think he is worried about?
Why should that be?
Rita, isn't there some way this could be arranged? Our jobs are at stake.
Oh. Well, listen, honey, now that you put it that way, oh, yes, there is a way it can be arranged.
Yeah, he's one of them. They said they were from the Calisthenic Consulate. What makes you think this guy has anything to do with Rustin's accident?
I guess you could just say I've got a feeling about him. Every time he's around, something bad happens.
Really? I could say the same thing about you.
Well, you had a run-in with him. Did anything strange happen to you?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. It wasn't for...
If it hadn't been for who? Well, what happened to you, Captain?
Nothing happened, Parker. Forget it.
Well, something certainly happened to Mr. Jameson.
Okay, just for the sake of argument, say something did happen to me.
Something like the things that Mr. Jameson described.
Okay, Parker, okay. Just tell me one thing. How could this Calistani have pulled it off?
I don't know. But if something strange had happened to me, I'd want to find out how.
It's interesting that you called. I was following this case anyway. Have you ever heard of telekinesis?
The ability to move objects with the mind, sure, but I thought it was mostly a theory.
Oh, telekinesis exists. There's too much data to deny it. I get reports every week here of people who can perform telekinetic feats. There are people who, on command, in front of a live TV camera, can move objects on a table.
Or make images appear on a photographic negative.
Exactly. The most powerful telekinetic minds can bend steel bars with just the force of their minds.
Doctor, have you ever heard of something called teleportation?
Yes, but that's just a theory.
Well, tell me, how does it work?
Well, it's a concept in which the mind of the teleport is able to change the molecular structure of an object in such a way as to make it seem to disappear from one location, transport it over a distance, return it to its original form, making it seem to materialize in a second location.
Mr. Jameson didn't mention anything about any objects disappearing.
Well, the phenomena he described only sounds possible if he encountered an individual with an incredibly advanced telekinetic gift. But I've never heard of anyone having the power as strongly as you described.
But if he did have it that strongly, he could do all the things that Mr. Jameson described.
Oh, absolutely. Theoretically, the extent of the power is limitless. If you'd like to know more, why don't you flip through these books?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Keller. I really appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Oh, hello, Captain. You going to take a class?
Sure. I may even go back to school full time.
Good. Maybe I can get you into my fraternity.
Hey, Doc, can I talk to you a minute?
you claim to be?
You have seen my power. Could any man but his high priest have such power?
Only if the old legends are to be believed.
You do not have much respect. I had heard that you were more American than Calistani.
I am only American. I've never been to Calistan.
But it is in your blood. After all, your grandmother was a daughter of the last high priest of Rava. And you also knew that I would be coming to you for help.
I will not help you destroy a Calistan that 70 years of peace has allowed her to become.
You will do as I say. I knew you would see it my way.
I opened up this morning at 9 a.m., just like always. Then I shut off the alarms, then opened up.
Were all the alarms in working order?
Oh, they worked perfectly. I can't understand it.
Was the idol the only thing that was taken?
Parker, what are you doing here?
I was on my way to class when I saw your car. Doesn't this prove that Mr. Jameson was innocent?
Certainly not.
You know, Captain, there could be international repercussions over this.
Yeah? Well, don't you worry about it, Parker. I'll find it.
Have you questioned those Calistanis that tried to take the statue from you?
Well, that's a terrific idea, Parker. Talk about your international repercussions. You want me to waltz up to the Calistani consulate and accuse them of robbery? That look great in the papers.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Sir, how many sets of keys to the museum were there?
Well, we have 2 sets in security, and Dr. Rustin had 2 sets of keys. Maybe there's a record in his office of who has that other set.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Trina?
Well, twice in 1 week. I guess the university isn't as big as I thought it was.
Trina, I have to talk to you.
Sure, but I've got a class. Can it wait?
Rava was stolen last night.
That's terrible.
I think you had something to do with it.
I'm going to be late.
You told me that you locked up the museum the night you let Mr. Jameson in. The police will find out that you've got a set of keys. It's just a question of time. But we don't have much time. Do we, Trina?
No. I'll be taking the idol back to Calistan tonight.
Was this the man? Who is he?
His name is Mandak. He's the high priest of Rava.
Why did you help him?
I had to. He's got a kind of power.
Yeah, I know. It's called telekinesis. He can make things happen with his mind.
That's how they choose the high priest.
Whoever has the greatest power gets the job. The other night, at the museum, when Mandak and Professor Rustin were arguing, were you there?
He made the idol shake. He made a scimitar fly at the professor.
And he made a stone object fall. And everything Mr. Jameson said happened really did happen.
Certainly he made the idol fall on the professor, too.
Well, then why don't you go to Captain Barbera and tell him all that so Mr. Jameson can get out of jail? Look, maybe Professor Rustin will get better, and maybe he'll clear Mr. Jameson, but that isn't going to happen for a while. There's a meeting tomorrow of the stockholders at the newspaper. If Mr. Jameson isn't there, he will lose control of the Bugle. You have got to do it now.
I should have done it already, but I was afraid of Mandak. Oh, Peter, I'm so ashamed.
Don't be. Everybody will realize how hard it was to...
Calistani in the city. Then call the Immigration Service. Call the State Department. 10-4. Out. Why, what? Great.
Scared you, but I had to talk to you. I have something important to say.
You could have phoned me.
Would you believe me if I called and said I was Spider-Man?
You got a point. What kind of information?
The idol of Rava was stolen by a man named Mandak. It's being held at the Calistani consulate.
It might as well be in Calistan. I can't go busting in their consulate without some pretty heavy evidence.
I know that. But if you happen to be at the rear of the consulate tonight, about 11, you just might find the idol sitting on the curb.
Yeah, they're just going to give it back like that?
Not exactly. Just be there tonight at 11. You'll see.
You'll get yours one of these days, you web-headed.
Rava, you will feel his wrath.
Mr. Jameson, how did it go at the stockholders' meeting?
Oh, I think you could say I sunk that pirate. It was beautiful.
So you're still in control of the newspaper?
Well, there was never any doubt about that. Once I got out of that ridiculous jail.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, sir. I was doing my job.
You did an excellent job, Captain.
I thank you, sir. I'd like to take all the credit, but I have to admit I couldn't have pulled it off without Spider-Man.
Oh, well, he'd be delighted to hear you say that, Captain. Do you mind if the Bugle quotes you on that?
No, in your life. I'm not giving any recognition to some freak who runs around in a red and blue union suit.
Mr. Jameson, what's the latest on Professor Rustin's condition?
Oh, I called the hospital after the meeting. He's much better.
That is great news. By the way, Captain, whatever happened to Mandak?
Well, it looks like he's going to be all right. But the Calistanis have granted him diplomatic immunity for some reason.
Why?
I don't know.
Could it be that the government of Calistan has plans for him and his cult of Rava?
I see what you mean. Well, Mr. Jameson and Captain, why don't you both step in here next to the idol, and then I can take a picture of it.
Excellent.
Okay.
How about right here?
Yeah, why don't you come in close?
Mm-hmm. This is one picture that's sure to make the front page of the Bugle.
Really? At front page rates?
Yeah, at front page rates.
I've never seen 10,000 tapes in one store.
There's so much kid stuff. And I can keep them for 3 evenings.
Now this is a video store. Ordinary video stores don't even come close to Blockbuster Video. You've just got to see it to know what we mean.
Wow. 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 What a difference. Blockbuster Video.
Come discover the Blockbuster difference.
Wow.
Lancome invites you into the future of skincare with a scientific discovery. Neosom System Anti-Age, a daytime skin treatment that helps to recreate the structure of a young-looking skin. Neosom, not a cream or a lotion, but a system of microspheres that carry anti-aging ingredients to where your skin needs them most.
Neosom, used in the daytime, makes your skin look and feel younger than you ever thought possible.
Neosom, Lancome, Paris. You'll find it at Bloomingdale's.
Hope you love Spider-Man. I do. I was a total sucker for this show, and I still am. I think it's a shame. I think if they would have been able to actually put real villains, real Spider-Man villains into the show, I think it would have went through the roof. I also think the Hulk, if the Hulk would have introduced actual villains into the show, and mind you, the Hulk lasted quite a while. I just think it needed more. But yeah, they tried. So here we go. We're going directly from one comic book to another comic book, and we're going back to Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing, top 3 DC comic all time. Swamp Thing. They've changed it. They've maneuvered him around. He went from being a swamp monster, part man, part monster, to not being a man at all, just a creature who thought he was a man, who became a god, essentially. He became a earth elemental. Now he's part of the Green, and he had the Parliament. It gets super complicated. Then you find out that the original Swamp Thing in House of Secrets was not the original Swamp Thing. He was an earlier Swamp Thing, which they made canon. So technically that's still not the first Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing number 1 is the first Swamp Thing of what we know with Alec Holland. So it's crazy, but I absolutely love it. Every step of the confusing way. I believe I've have every issue ever of Swamp Thing. I might be missing like 1 or 2, but it's not many. I love it. It's something I've grown up on. I discovered it, as a kid. Then the movie came out, the Wes Craven movie. Fell in love with that. Then the Jim Wynorski Return of Swamp Thing came out, which was hokey as hell. Still love that. This show came out. Still loved it. The cartoon came out. I loved that. The new movie came out. The new TV series came out. Loved that. It was so depressing when that ended. Oh, jeez. And that new Swamp Thing TV series was supposed to lead into basically start the Justice League Dark universe, and it didn't, because we got Blue Devil. We were supposed to get him. We were supposed to get Demon. We were supposed to get, the Enchantress. We were supposed to get, all these people were supposed to come into this, and due to what I was told was one person's clerical error, essentially, ruined all that. So, here you guys go. This is Swamp Thing, episode 6, Bloodwind. Or if you remember right, Bloodwind was the character that Martian Manhunter pretended to be, but then there ended up actually being a Bloodwind, and now I have no idea whatever happened to that character. But that's the name of this episode. Enjoy.
It's safe to come in now, Doctor.
Come near me.
You have a great faith, my crown prince, but I do wonder exactly what you place it in.
If I've been infected, and I've inhaled enough of this mist to infect 10 men my size, you will want to kill me.
It is what I am. I was once a man. I know the evil men do. Do not bring your evil here. I warn you. Beware the wrath of Swamp Thing.
And if the urge to kill you is strong enough, do you think that I won't?
I never know what you will or won't do. That's what makes you such a worthwhile mentor. I believe in your powers of self-control.
Try it on, what do I call you? He's not strong enough to break his chains. We'll go closer. Closer. Oh, you failed.
Perhaps the infection takes a while to work. I expected the pheromones to react almost simultaneously with the inhalation of the formula. Or maybe it just doesn't work, period. Like so many of today's young scientists, I miss the mark now and then.
Show me the formula. You've probably left out the most obvious element.
Which is?
Did you take the brain tissue from a live brain? Oh, no remorse, you. Open another jar. Try it on me. Just a couple of breaths. I don't want to inhale it, you idiot. You think I want hordes of people running after me with murder in their hearts? This is appalling. I don't feel any murderous rage at all. You don't even smell anything.
I thought it ought to be odorless.
Well, what it ought to be is dumped down the toilet is what it ought to be.
I'll get rid of it someplace.
No. Never throw anything away. That's what my rich old mad mother taught me. Never throw anything away. Good or bad, evil successes or glorious failures, keep it.
Where?
In your lab.
How long?
Till the pheromones come home.
go. What is this?
Waste, Dr. Holland. Toxic waste.
You picked the swamp to get rid of it.
I have no toilet in my lab. May I go? I'm looking for a cure for hatred.
Good luck.
Jim? Where are you?
No, Tressa. Jim.
What happened? You all right?
Didn't she hear me calling you?
No. What did you want?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna get something to eat. Want anything?
Just a shower. You want to go shopping with me later?
Where?
Well, I need to get a wedding gift for a friend in Philadelphia. An art gallery, maybe?
I get bored at art galleries. You better go alone. Maybe I'll run into you and we'll have ice cream or something.
Hey, now don't take a nap on a full stomach.
Why not?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Catch you later.
Tressa, you look so marvelously afternoon.
You look well. How have you been?
Happy? Busy? And where have you been? This town needs your involvement, Tressa. There must be something here to excite your interest.
Quite a few things, in fact.
Oh, do you happen to know where the Old Town Gallery is?
Yeah. Halfway down the street.
Oh, thanks.
So, when do we have dinner together?
When? Well, I don't know.
Well, name the night.
Friday?
Any Friday?
Fine. I look forward to it.
Why don't we make it this Friday night?
Well, that would be tonight.
At your place. Late. After the boy's gone to bed. Midnight supper. How does that sound, Tressum? I'll call you. I'm calling you, my crown prince, because something very peculiar just happened. No, I'd rather discuss it face to face. Yes, it is that important. Where are you parked now? Well, drive to the mouth of Old Ripson's Alley in the Old Town area, and I'll be there.
Your mother bought one like that for the mayor's wife, Mrs. Kipp. Oh, turn on that electric fan, why don't you? For my sake, if not for yours.
Those people are trying to kill Tressa Kipp. Why? How did Tressa Kipp, of all people, become infected with your formula?
How do I know? Last I saw it was when Dr. Holland took it away from me.
Don't call that thing Dr. Holland. That thing is a thing. An ill-natured, dream-busting thing.
Whatever you say, Mentor.
What were you doing in this
I chose to get rid of it. For mankind's sake.
Come on.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop. her alone. Let her go. What is happening? Why are you harming that woman? She is life. You must not destroy. What can? Would you like to wed a tree?
No. Oh, no.
The woman must not die. The antidote.
To what?
The pheromones infecting the woman.
I had nothing to do with it. I swear it. He invented the stuff.
At your command.
Yes.
Give the command.
Make the antidote.
Is he gonna help my mom?
So many drugs and simples. Where to begin?
At the beginning.
You have a problem. Somebody will have to get close enough to her to give her the antidote. Meanwhile, the pheromones. You go to cure her, you end up killing her.
If anyone can do it, you can.
But what if I don't want to hurt her? I love her.
That's what I'm counting on. Your love for her will be your immunity to her affliction.
Sometimes I don't love her.
No, sometimes you don't like her. You always love her. That's what led you out here, looking for your mother.
I guess so. I hope so.
Tell her to open it and inhale deeply 3 times.
Don't come near me, Jim. I told you no! Stay away!
I've got something. It'll cure you.
See? You can't come near Jim. Please go away.
Trust me, Mom.
Go away! Honey, don't.
Inhale deeply. 3 times.
What was that?
What was what?
I heard a noise.
Oh, it's not Nani.
Oh. There it is again.
What?
It's that noise again.
When you go back to sleep, I told you it's not Nani.
There's no mistaking that nut nani taste. Crisp flakes of corn smothered in sweet honey and roasted peanuts.
Now I suppose that was not Nani.
Nope.
Kellogg's Nut and Honey.
That was the milk.
Crunch.
An innocent discovery.
I wouldn't touch that if I were you.
A powerful weapon. Rocket. A deadly conspiracy.
They're working for a Nazi agent.
An extraordinary adventure.
Jenny's in trouble.
We've got the girl.
Here he comes!
The rocket will come to us.
We're only gonna get one pass at this!
The Rocketeer, rated PG. Now playing at a theater near you. Check newspapers for showtimes.
My lord, the killer was eating cookies.
Quite right.
But my client doesn't eat cookies. She eats Fig Newtons.
Case dismissed. A cookie is just a cookie, but Newtons are fruit and cake.
I say, Drusilla, these cookies are stupendous. Great Scott, Trevor. They're not cookies. They're fake Newtons. Terribly sorry. Most embarrassing blunder.
A cookie is just a cookie, but Newtons are fruit and cake.
Hey, I hope you guys like Swamp Thing. I hope you still do. It's so much fun. It's goofy. It's over the top. The special effects ain't great, but damn it, I love this show. And it was on USA. I used to watch it going to my dad's house. When I lived out in the country, I would go to my dad's house and have to watch this. I used to record it, try to get him to record it for me, and sometimes he did, sometimes he didn't. But see, that's what happens when you lived out in the country and you got like 6 channels compared to when you lived at home and you got like 50. Remember the good old days when you only had 50 channels and literally like 20 of them were like home shopping networks? I don't miss that at all. And like C-SPAN and stuff like that. I hated all that. You had all these channels but nothing to watch. You look back at it and you're like, hey, there was absolutely nothing on TV until the middle of the night when everything I love came on television. Saturday mornings. So I know it's confusing, but so I hope you guys had fun tonight. I love hanging out with you guys, each and every one of you hanging out here. Newfie and Tarek and Jason and Black Phoenix and Autumn and Maddie Bot, who all you awesome people, Johnny, Wayne, World Stage, just so many of you cool people hanging out here each and every every Friday, and hanging out with me. And I want to thank you guys. Captain is working on some other projects. We brought to you now the anime source that I run, the anime cartoon block, Saturday nights, midnight Eastern Standard Time, first thing Sunday morning. So it's literally like Saturday night, boom, 12 o'clock a.m. it hits. I like putting that one together. I think you guys need to check out some old anime. Put a new show on this week, so you can check that out. But this one, since we're talking about news, I'm doing this. Eddie, hang in there right now. Anti-Gravity Room. A lot of people forgot Anti-Gravity Room, man, was Anti-Gravity Room, Sci-Fi Buzz. Used to watch them both every Saturday on Sci-Fi Channel. Loved it. It's kind of cool, but it's literally stuff now everybody does on YouTube. And but we had one show. Well, that was a hiccup. It came out of nowhere. We had the one show. This is what it was. It was great, and we loved it. This kind of was, like I said, I've said this before, I'll say it again. This is like a proto G4 Attack of the Show. And I do miss Attack of the Show. So, on that note, I want you all to take care. I'll see you all there. Captain out. Bye.
For the Anti-Gravity Room. You've got the comic, so now get the t-shirt, the action figure, the school supplies, the underwear.
I'm Asma, guest hosting in beautiful LA. And of course, we're talking about merchandising.
And much more on the Anti-Gravity Room.
I'm here at the Comic Kid in the San Fernando Valley, and as you can see, there's a whole line of products to go along with your favorite comic or favorite movie. Some of it's great, some of it's not so hot. It's up to you to decide if it's worth your hard-earned cash. Most of this stuff debuts every year at the New York Toy Fair, and Phil and Nick were there to check it out.
Spidey, as you know, is #1 show, still #1, X-Men #2, so it tells you Marvel is power.
Now, what do you guys do at Toy Biz to enhance the collectability of these figures?
Well, the trick is very simple. Keep it fresh. Every 4 or 5 months, there's something new. And what you saw 5 months ago, odds are you cannot get, at least not for the retail price you paid before.
I know. Shopping at the Walmart. Are you particularly excited about this line? Is there a certain...
Oh, yeah. This is fantastic. Look at this. I mean, it's incredible. If you don't know what it is, you're going to start looking and reading, trying to figure out what it is. It appeals to all of us, from a young child to an old guy like me who is into Marvel and collect Marvel. So if we present it properly, the kids fall in love, and the parents are looking at it and saying, wow, hey, the Hulk is back, and all this nice and warm and fuzzy feeling that we had growing up into the Marvel Universe come back, because our universe is interesting, is story-driven, character-driven.
So how big a job is it for you to push these lines out, to let us know about them? I mean, what do you do?
We do very good advertising. There is a younger generation that is coming into Marvel, that is starting to understand our universes. Today you talk to a 6-year-old, it's amazing. They can explain to you what are mutants, they explain to you what is a philosophy, what is Professor X versus Magneto.
I've been waiting for Age of the Apocalypse for the longest time.
Age of Apocalypse was such a huge phenomenon that we now can absolutely sub-segment our universe. You and I know how fast these things will go.
Yes, of course.
The key for this universe to do what we are doing is its plausibility and detail. Again, detail is the key. Look at these mutations. I mean, this is incredible. But there is an axiom in the business that says boys will be boys, girls will be girls. So for girls, we sell dolls. For boys, we'll sell action figures. It's changing, because what we are doing for girls in our universe, we have strong women. We are getting phone calls. We want more girls, more girls.
What's in the future for Toy Biz?
I think you're going to see a really, really interesting rendition of Silver Surfer.
And we'll go back to the toy fair a little bit later, but first, in the comic book field, it's up to these guys at merchandising departments to decide what goodies to make.
In 1923, Hasbro started out as a textile manufacturer, and then in the late 30s, they moved into toy manufacturing. And in doing that, they become one of the largest manufacturers in the world.
Hasbro's divided into 3 main categories. We have Kenner, Play School, and Milton Bradley and Parker Brothers. Kenner represents boys and girls toys, and of course Play School are well-known Play School products for preschoolers, and did it again. And our Milton Bradley and Parker Brothers, of course, are puzzles and games. Most of the licensing agreements can be found in both Kenner and activities.
And just to let you know, licensing is actually... Licensing is the legal right to use a name, such as Batman or Superman, so that nobody can just walk in off the street and use those names. The licensing can start from comic books, such as Superman, off the comic book in the 40s. Fleischer started his comic book, and that was, it's now moving into figures that we released late last year. And also we have Batman Legends. Yes.
Yeah, but it works the other way, too. G.I. Joe was introduced in the 1960s. 1980s, it made its way as a comic book. I think our best sellers have definitely been Batman,
which was number 1 in Canada.
Yep. Jurassic Park, and of course Ghostbusters, everyone remembers.
And of course, we can't forget Star Wars, which originally sold $1 billion in retail sales. Yes. Oh, come on.
May the force be with you.
The difference between today's action figures and figures from years ago is these are a lot more sculpted with a lot more design, and of course, like G.I. Joe and Superman, a lot more buff.
Just like you, Kev.
So she thinks I'm not buffed, eh? Oh.
One of the biggest splashes in the action figure market lately is the line of toys based on Image Comics. Todd McFarlane is the man behind these figures, which could definitely beat the stuffing out of the Power Rangers.
Spawn is America's #1 comic book, thanks to you. So I started this company to make the toys that you asked for.
Spawn, Violator.
I hear the competition's flying around. They could be any place. Check it. I'm with Todd McFarlane in the hockey jersey. Hey, how's it going? Great Canadian sport. You bet. When you started Spawn, did you think it would become this successful?
My goals really are just to survive and be able to do it. You know, people said I couldn't make my own comic, and they said I couldn't make my own toys, and they said I couldn't, you know, cut my own deals in Hollywood and write my own contracts and stuff like that. So to me, the victories aren't so much how many units you sell or how big it gets, but that you're still alive to just do it.
How did you start McFarlane Toys?
I started making phone calls saying I'm starting a toy company, and we had our first meeting 3 weeks later. 2 months after that, we were at our very first toy fair, and a couple months after that, we had toys on the shelves at every single major, store across the country.
They're cool, awesome. Tremor, Overkill, Medieval
Comics!
Nice toys, kids.
Now, how would you compare running the comic end of things to the toy end of things?
You get your orders, you print it, you do the book, you're done, everybody's happy. This business here, see, the one thing about making decisions when you're mad is you don't really think about it. So, like, I got mad, I'm starting a toy company, and then afterwards, I start dealing with factories overseas, importing and exporting. I got to deal with safety standards, I got to deal with insurance, I got to deal with all the buyers, I got to deal with the politics. I'm like, I just want to make toys. And, you know, to me, I just think you make good-looking toys. Forget that there's comic books, forget there's video games or movies going on. I just think you make good-looking toys, because this is the toy business. Kids will buy them.
The thing is, you've almost single-handedly, like, brought the action figure market to a certain level. What do you think of that? I mean, you're getting awards, and they are the best-looking figs out there.
Well, I mean, because I'm small and my bottom line is, is a lot shorter than other people, I can afford to put more money into the figures.
Well, Todd, man, I think you are doing a lot more than you think you're doing, man. Keep it up, brother.
Sound like my mom. Thanks.
It's great making the toys that you want.
So great, I made some for myself.
Spawn from Todd Toys. We're out to blast the competition.
So that brings to mind the question, which comics do you think should be figurified?
Well, I think that an action figure should be made out of any comic book that's accomplished at least 35 issues. So if they've made it that far, then they probably deserve to have an action figure made of that comic book.
The perfect action figure to make? Newt Gingrich with optional family value. Oh, you mean he's not a cartoon character?
After this, Phil checks out some video games, we check out comic news and have a look at the molds for one of the new anti-gravity room action figures, Extreme Phil.
Alright, I am at Alternate Gravity in busy downtown Toronto Comics and Games. And I'm going to be going back way to the beginning of the Sony PlayStation's roots and looking at a fighting game called Battle Arena Toshinden. It's a 3D fighting game, much like Virtua Fighter and Virtua Fighter 2. I'll go through the good points of this game. Great graphics. Another interesting concept in this game is that it's not only head-on fighting, but you can go sideways and come in and kind of fight the player from behind. What I didn't like about this game is, first off, I don't like fighting games with weapons. Secondly, there's a control configure option that you can put in the special moves right on the front buttons here, which makes it totally boring. And thirdly, I didn't feel like there were enough characters. There are a lot of characters, but it just didn't seem like they had a good variety. Compare it to Tekken, compare it to Virtua Fighter 2, and even though like Killer Instinct and Mortal Kombat 3, it just didn't do much for me. We'll have to wait for Battle Arena Toshinden 2. Hopefully that'll be much better. Battle Arena Toshinden, one of the first fighting games for Sony PlayStation, 2 G's out of 5.
In June, the Marvel and Image universes collide. Look for Gen 13, Generation X, X-Men, Wildcats, and Bad Rock Spider-Man. Mutants Chronicle, Golgotha, a series of comics based on the popular role-playing game. And coming soon, a live-action motion picture. And tonight's final story, this month, the much-anticipated Sandman 75 arrives. Written by Neil Gaiman and drawn by Charles Best.
My name is Denny O'Neill, and I'm currently a group editor and sometime writer at DC Comics in New York City. My primary concern is Batman and his friends. I got started 30 years ago when, as a newspaper reporter on a small daily in southeastern Missouri, I wrote a series of articles about the resurgence of comic books. Comic books were just coming back at the time after having been in virtual oblivion for about 10 years. That led to Stan Lee at Marvel Comics here in New York offering me a job as an editorial assistant. It seemed like too goofy a chance to pass up, to go to New York and work in comic books, which I thought I'd do for about a year. Get some stories to tell and go back to the small paper in southeastern Missouri. Haven't quite gotten back to the paper yet. The best advice I can give a young person who wants to be either an artist or a writer in comics is to stop reading comics.
No food, no water. What comics would you like on a desert island?
are trapped on a desert island. The 3 comic books I'd have to have with me would be Web of Spider-Man Annual number 2. That was my first exposure to Arthur Adams' work, one of my favorite artists. Justice League Quarterly number 1, which is quite a funny story by Keith Giffen and great art by Chris Sprouse. And any issue of The Tick, and you can check out Saturday mornings to find out why I'd want one of those.
Stick around, because after this we've got Comicopia and Maximum Action Built Figure with Kung Fu Grip. Hey fellow comic lovers, I'm Nick in Times Square, New York, bringing you Comicopia, my weekly 150 seconds of chaos with the latest comics. This week we're kicking things off with a milestone in Flash history in issue 112. This time, we are introduced to a totally new Flash from the future, as he fights alongside XS, who's from the future, and Impulse, who's from the future. The new look is probably the coolest looking Flash ever, and Mark Waid is a superb writer. But what's with all this future stuff? Ever since that whole 0 hour thing, it's been nothing but Flash clones coming back to our time and looking at microwaves funny. Enough already. This issue also features one of the best Flash artists ever, Anthony Castrillo, whose art is simple yet intricate. I hope they keep him on as the regular artist for a long, long time. Despite the overuse of the future past genre, I still can't ignore the screams of my inner fanboy yelling, "This is cool, man." So I must give this book 4.5 out of 5 Gs on the anti-gravity scale. Next up, an interesting little independent book called Palookaville, number 8. The first thing you notice when you pick up this book is its visual kinship to a Roy Lichtenstein painting. The story involves 2 regular middle-aged Joes as they watch fireworks and deal with breaking up with their girlfriends. The writing is very relaxed and conversational, almost like Seinfeld. Although the dialogue is realistic, the plot just doesn't seem to go anywhere. And I mean, what's the deal with that? Palookaville, the comic about nothing, is at your local retailer now, and I give it 3 out of 5 Gs on the anti-gravity scale. Next up, Nix, if you don't buy this comic, you're a loser book of the week. Death, the time of your life, number 1. It's almost a little scary when 2 mammoths of power like Neil Gaiman and Chris Bachalo combine creative forces. Both have proven themselves to be comic geniuses, respectively, in Sandman and Generation X. Together, they have created a beautiful monster of a comic. Death, the time of your life, follows a rapidly rising singer named Foxglove, who's already sick of stardom. Little bummer alert, Death doesn't even make her appearance until the last panel. But man, when she does, it's worth it. And while we're on the subject, could Chris Bachalo draw children any cuter? In the end, we get a teaser that Foxglove's producer is some kind of godlike being, but we're not sure if he's from heaven or hell. Either way, it ain't good for Foxglove. Whether you're into Vertigo comics or not, this book is quite a page-turner, and I give it 4.7 Gs on the anti-gravity scale. Well, I guess that's about it for Comicopia this week. See you next time. Taxi!
Is it important to an independent comic book to have merchandise?
T-shirts are natural, and I found a guy that did coffee mugs, so I started doing coffee mugs. I'd find different weird little things that I wanted to do. I did a sponge, I've done a patch, I did as if a lighter with a group of people. Some of the stuff I make money on, and some of it I just hit a break-even point with. The sponges I lost money on. Worst comes to worst, and I'm stuck with a bunch. I'll use them.
Alliance Multimedia is responsible for a ton of TV merchandising, like Reboot and the new Transformers. Steve Denner is the man in charge.
I run Alliance Multimedia, which is the division that looks after Mainframe, the studio where we make Reboot, our music publishing division, and of course merchandising and licensing. We have about 80 licensing agreements, which include things like the video, puzzles, bed sheets. Here's how this business works. We own the rights to the underlying property. That includes all merchandising and licensing rights, as well as television and feature film rights. We appoint agents in different territories. So we'll have an agent in the U.S. who is in the business of going around to different companies. He has relationships with companies that make games, toys, T-shirts, and he will go to them and present our property to them and convince them that they should buy a license from us to manufacture some product. So they pay us for the right to manufacture a product with our characters depicted on it. Books. If you're hungry, Megabyte biscuits, t-shirts, play sets, a lunchbox. It's almost impossible to go into a toy store and find a toy that doesn't relate in some way to a television show or a movie or a comic book. But more and more you're seeing people start to create things thinking that there will be some kind of merchandising and licensing opportunity. The action figures, there's Bob, there's Hexadecimal, a knapsack, running shoes. If you have a hit television series, then it will drive your merchandising and licensing product, the toy line, the games, etc., and you can make sales at retail that are far in excess of what you would have made just from making the television show. Pajamas, coloring books, and a whole load more stuff here in the box that I just can't get to.
Recently in New York, a release party was held for Atomic Angels, the new comic from Billy Tucci, also known as the man behind the red-hot independent comic She. Phil was there and he didn't get kicked out until he threw buns at Stan Lee.
Billy Tucci, and I'm the president of Crusade Entertainment. We are a little publishing company out of New York City, not quite 2 years old, but through the help of a few good friends and my family and the retailers and the fans, we've sold over 1.4 million comic books in the past year. What I want to do with Atomic Angels is really to have a new book out there, a new breakthrough in entertainment, which is really a focus on hope and enlightenment and where heroes are, how heroes used to be. A time ago that when we were kids, how we all read books about knights in shining armor and Joan of Arc and Indiana Jones, and it seems to be gone now.
All right, Billy, where'd you get the idea to throw the party? Well, I thought about the Harley-Davidson Cafe, but then people have done that before. And then I was riding down the West Side Highway one night listening to the soundtrack of Superman, and I saw this ship. Yeah. And I just said, my God, why don't we have a party on the USS Intrepid? Now, was there a theme tying together with the Atomic Angels release? Yes, the Atomic Angels are actually based in the belly of the Intrepid. This is a black and white preview of it. We even have a surprise character from another well-known comic book. Her name is Freefall from Gen 13. We're going to give it a good advertising push because I think it's something that it needs. It's about hope and fun, and what comic books are all about is having fun. Like Stan Lee had said, it's modern-day mythology, and I think we're going to take that a step beyond.
Coming up next is mailbag time, but first check out the new anti-gravity room sweepers and porcelain dolls.
Here's a rather angry letter from Heather Dawn, who tells us we forgot a major part in the topic of rock and roll in comics in a recent episode, that being rock and roll comics by Revolutionary. Well, fret not, because we will be revisiting this topic in a future episode called Rock and Roll Comics 2. We'll be talking to Kiss, hopefully, and checking out the new heavy metal movie. So let's all be like little Fonzies. And what's the Fonzie like? He's cool. That's right. We're all gonna be cool.
And we had a few people who missed writing down the address for our Alien Defense Corporation, Schwa. So if you're one of them, go grab a pen. All right, here it comes for all your alien-y info. And this week's poll question is the Spider-Man clone story. Did you like it or did you hate it? So that's our show. And remember, the anti-gravity room dustpan for all your cleanup needs.
That's right, order now and receive a lovely anti-gravity steak knife and a collector's commemorative plate. Operators are standing by.
The Guyver is back, hitting the streets for more high-kicking, fist-flying, bone-crunching action. Bring on the mutants and let the games begin. The Guyver 2 Dark Hero, a Sci-Fi Channel premiere feature, today at 4:30 p.m. Eastern, Sci-Fi Sunday. Crash the party celebrating the world's greatest horror writers. Plus Jurassic Park The Ride, Sci-Fi Buzz, next.